Alright, there we go. I think we're good. Starting in 3, 2, 1. And there we go. Welcome back to Shadowrun. We're going to be continuing where we left off. Getting back into the swing of things. We're going to be getting right back into the side quest that we were planning on doing. Mostly just because, 1, we need the creds. 2, they're fun. I kind of enjoy them. They have some funky things going on. And 3, experience points. Experience points, experience points, experience points. Very useful to have. Yeah. It shouldn't take us too long to get back into it, since we did basically just prepare it for starting up again. So there's that. Yeah, there's the security detail. Don't really have to go through their dialogue again. We've already been through it. So, I mean, eh. So our first goal is to prevent them from really using the ley lines. Break it if we can, basically. Hopefully we do get some more, story done, but I'm not too broken up about it if we're just doing this sort of thing. I gotta admit. There we go, get some good damage out of that. And, let's mark somebody as well, just because we can. You. Oh, well, okay, we tried. But yeah. Hopefully we can get some good storyline, completed, I'm hoping. We could find some interesting things here. I have no doubt that we're gonna encounter quite a few, weird things. Let's switch over to the Heaven stance, because, Gaichu here is a little ridiculous. Yeah, let's go break this guy. Get his attention, basically. There we go. That's fine. They're not doing a lot of damage to him right now. Okay, let's quickly mark some people. I'm thinking you. That way we can get our Duncan here to do some real damage to him. Yeah, that'll put him down. And let's also apply some haste to Dunky here. To Dunkin' Donut. He should be able to take some enemies out. Yeah, this will do some real damage. Red Samurai Ghoul Spit. Armor 1 dodge. Damage 8 ignores all armor and does additional damage. There we go. And then I'll put him down. Yeah, there we go. That's some damage. Negative chi disruption, eh? Yeah, take the poison damage, buddy. Everything seems fine right now. We're gonna have to buy more trauma kits, just to make sure, basically. Though we don't have to worry all that much. Because we did have the bug last time that I want to avoid, ideally. Where basically what'll happen is it'll, if our character dies, we can't interact with things to, like, finish a mission. Which is annoying as hell, but, it is what it is. There we go. I'll put him down for good. Hopefully we can actually leave now. There we go. As you reach for the elevator's control panel, you can feel the electric sensation of the chi dancing across your skin. This feeling is noticeable to those not even magically attuned. This disruption here is that strong. Behind you, the trapped and turbulent chi swirls inside the iconic Sky Tower atrium. You can actually see the area around the atrium warp and ebb as the chi surges and breaks against the obstacles around it, looking for a way to move, to flow, and finding none. The job is done. You have desecrated the Wu-Jing Lotus, and in doing so, blemished the prideful face of a megacorp. Not bad for a night's work. Ugh. I gotta clear my throat real quick. Not bad for a day's work. He turns his back on the temple. I think we did the job up to the client's standards, huh? The elevator arrives at the temple. Time to duck out the back door and before security can respond further. I think we did well. Wu Jing won't know what hit him. The embarrassment of their own geomantic science turned against them will stand favorably on the tongues of Wu Jing executives, and maybe even get a few people terminated. They'll know it wasn't just the building you battered, you sent a message. Everyone has a weakness that can be exploited. The change in Feng Shui should keep them spinning for months. The complete disruption of their qi and destruction of their temple will cripple the energy at this branch of the company. With Wu Jing focused on restoring their temple, it'll be a long time before they discover the full extent of your assault. I'd say we earned a good paycheck. Come on, game. There we go. We got some good karma. Let's see what we can do with this karma, you know? Get some strong abilities here. Body would be wise, but we can further boost our drone abilities. We can already equip Class A drones, so that's not a problem. Let's boost our body a bit. Make us a little tougher, you know. Harder to kill. Your comlink chirps. It's Kylie Chang. Yes, ma'am. Come to the Meijan parlor, my darling. I have something I want to show you. Your crew is already here. Sound excited, auntie? She lets out a cold little chuckle. Oh, yes, my sweet. Yes, I am. I'll see you shortly. Well, I want to go do the Emperor's Tomb. Alright, well, we'll get paid first. Who knows what the hell she wants? Spider Shen. What the hell does Spider Shen want? Who the hell are you? Despite the wind and rain pelting Hiyoi, the proprietor of the stall, a monk, judging by their outfit, is unconcerned. The monk's expression is indifferent, though hardly placid or serene. Muscles show as tightly wound metal bands beneath the skin, ready to snap in any direction without warning. What's more, the monk's robes are anything but ordinary. Certainly silk makes up the base outfit, but is paired with high-impact ballistic armor, heavy-duty boots, and a bandolier of throwing knives. The table in front of you is arrayed with a wide variety of melee weapons, charms, jade pendants, and other mystical accoutrements. Beneath an awning in the rear are rows upon rows of cages, each housing some variety of exotic reptile or insect. These in turn are flanked by jars and boxes of Chinese herbs, incense, powders, and inks. The monk spares you only the shortest of glances as you approach. I am Monk Shen. Most people in Hiyoi call me Spider Shen on account of the spiders back there. You're not a local, not by a long shot. It's definitely a statement, not a question. What tipped you off? Shen smirks crookedly, two teeth poking out from between thin lips. Body language. You're not afraid to look me in the eye, for one. For another, your clothes. Not in fashion here in Hong Kong. Swords, knives, clubs, I sell it all. I make most of these, but if I can't, I've got friends who can. If you need incense or salves for meditation, I make and sell those too. And if your joints ache, I can give you acupuncture. Shen places both palms on the table, leaning over it towards you with a wicked grin. So, what can I show you? You sell the snakes and spiders too? Shen shakes a finger at you, eyes narrowed. No, they're mine. I can sell you the things I craft with my hands, or the things I can do, but the medicines and poisons I make are my secret. You want those? You apprentice to me. In 5 years, maybe I show you how to make a poultice, eh? I can get narcojet anywhere. What's the harm? They're that secret. Of course they're secret. These are what set me apart from the rest of the street dealers in Hiyoi. You want Cram or Bliss? Any 2-bit triad punk can make that for you. But I can realign your chi, set your yin and yang in balance, or set somebody else's out of balance with a few drops. To master my skills, you need to learn for years. It's not just following a formula. You want to learn, you need patience. You try to learn without patience, all you do ape the masters. Shen then snaps 2 fingers and points at the cages. You have to understand them to truly learn my art. Otherwise, you never become a master. You might as well get a skill soft. What do they have? Distant storms foretold. Ardent Phoenix. Huh. Axe, katana, machete, kunai ninja suit, street brawler, mystic armor. Okay, so it's mostly just, adept stuff. That's all for now. Alright then, Spider Shen. Let's see what we can do about the money we're gonna need. Guess we can't go there yet. Real tragedy, real tragedy. I guess we're gonna talk with the auntie here at the mahjong parlor. Hopefully she's got something for us. Dr. Shen Yang. A rotund, balding dwarf in a cheap suit turns to face you. Light glints from the heavy gold chains that hang around his neck. When he speaks, the voice that greets your ears is high and nasal and has been contorted into a rough approximation of a New York accent. Pleased to meet ya. Jang was kind enough to arrange this little sit-down between us. He extends a slab-like hand for you to shake. You can call me Dr. Shen Yang. Pleased to meet ya. His grip is as soft as his palm is moist. It's like shaking hands with a boneless ham. You share a long, uncomfortably flaccid handshake before he finally releases you. I'm, looking for a little outside help on a problem I've been having. Ordinarily, I'd handle it myself, or have some of my friends see to it, but it's kind of delicate, you know. My guys have been noticed before they made any headway on my problem, so I figure, hey, I hire contractors all the time, might as well get my contractors of a different stripe. Lasting friendships are made through favors exchanged. I'm all yours. Tell me about your problem, maybe we can help. I run a little film studio, Southern Crown Films. We mostly do trade work, but we record some sims too. Maybe you've seen some of my stuff? Space Mongols from the Moon, The Flavor of Pomegranates, Ultimate Kill Squad. No, but I like the sound of Ultimate Kill Squad. How much killing do they do? He offers you a chipped tooth grin. A lot. There's this one scene where two trolls gang up on an elf, and they... Well, I don't want to spoil it, but believe me, it is glorious. I'll send a copy over to Ching so that you can take a look. Anyway, there's this other guy in the industry, and we've been butting heads since day one. Name's Neville Ma. He runs Yellow Springs Studios. No matter what I do, I can't shut him out of the biz. He always manages to get one over on me, steal my stars. He's been running me into the ground with a show called Promises in Moonlight. The star's a girl named Penelope Wong. New talent, but the viewers have been going nuts over her. She's the show's linchpin. Hang on, I'm getting there. So about 6 months ago, Neville was out in Guangzhou for some hoity-toity party. He's on the road, probably drunk. A semi comes out of nowhere and pow, wrecks his fancy new Eurocar Westwind. Bad luck for Neville, good luck for me. I figure, hey, that's the end of it for the year, and I start planning some new stuff he can't compete with from inside a hospital. You follow me so far? Yes, he found a way to compete with you from the hospital. No, worse. The bastard's out of hospital. He's back in the game, bringing out Season 2 of Promises in Moonlight. I need that show off the air, one way or another, and that, my friend, is where you come in. How long already? That's strange. Tell me about it. He should have been in the hospital for at least 3 months, and in physical therapy a lot longer. Only took him like a week to get out. Couldn't freaking believe it. That kind of medical care costs top dollar. He's got a lot of money, but not that much. Recovery time like that means that one of two things is going on. Neville could have found himself a silent partner, someone willing to pay top dollar for cutting-edge care. I don't think that's likely, but it could have happened. If it ain't that, the smart money says that he's been skimming off the top of Yellow Springs' earnings and not reporting it to the other shareholders. Now you want me to look into that, I take it. I need to go get me something to blackmail Neville with. Find out how he could afford to get out of the hospital so fast. He works out of his penthouse most days, so search his computer, closet, sock drawer, whatever. There's gotta be something incriminating there. Where is this penthouse? Neville lives in the Repulse Bay. It's this real swanky joint on the south end of Hong Kong Island, by the bay with the same name. I haven't been able to get anybody in to poke around his apartment because the security's too tight. Lucky for you, though, Neville's throwing a party on the mezzanine level with all the shops and a restaurant and balcony and such. He's celebrating the second season launch of his show, and everybody's gotta be there. Gonna make a real snarl for the building security. You might also want to hit up that party if you can bluff your way in. Everyone close to Neville will be there, and most of them will be 3 sheets to the wind by the time you get there. Some discreet questioning might get me the dirt that I need. Just remember, if you go to the party, don't use your real name, go with Argyle. Should be safe enough. There's nobody in the biz out here with that name, so nobody will ask any questions about how your work's going. Hit the apartment, hit the party, dig up blackmail information. Sounds easy enough. He nods vigorously. Oh yeah, Chang talked to you when I approached her with the job. Given what she told me, this job should be cake. Now the blackmail material is what I need more than anything, but if you can get Penelope Wong out of her contract, I'll pay you extra, got it? I want that star power on my side. One last thing. I don't like starting a scene while you're there. You interrupt his party, make a mess, or trash his apartment, and I'm not paying you. We clear on that? Why the concern? If you're gonna hamstring me before I even go on the run, I want to know why. Because it's gauche. I can't have Ma knowing I'm after him. In my business, everybody's got dirty tricks, but if you make it public, you're using them. Dr. Shen Yang draws a finger across his throat. That's it. My career's as dead as the People's Republic of China. Oof. Yee. Nobody will work for or with me ever again, so don't embarrass me, eh? I'll make sure yours remains intact. I'm glad to hear it. Listen, you do this for me, I'll make sure you're not only paid well, but I'll also tell all my friends that you come highly recommended. You don't seem like you deal with Shadowrunners much. Shadowrunners, Moonlight Prancers, who gives a crap? I got money and a job, and I don't care who does it as long as the price is right. What's more, I got a lot of friends around town, and a lot of them run in your circles, too. He looks up at you, eagerness in his eyes. So what? We got a deal? You gonna do it? We have a deal. His grin whines. Good, that's what I like to hear. When you're done, drop Cheng a line. I'll come meet you back here, and I'll hand over the money. Well, we got the job now, so there's that. Alright, Cheng, what do you want? As you walk through the Mahjong parlor, you see your crew waiting for you. Clearly uncomfortable to be so close to the trial boss, then you see why. Kylie Cheng's cheeks are flushed and glowing. She's already hit the bottle pretty hard. Nice to see you all. Should we grab a table for some Maj? Shut up. I have some important news. Kylie Sheng takes out her PDA and gently places it on the table in front of her. The wiretap we placed on the police force has borne fruit. Her mouth breaks into a wolfish grin. Her eyes take on a feral gleam. She appears fueled by alcohol and vengeance, a hungry beast on the hunt. My people have delivered a snippet of a recorded video call between the plastic-faced man and Chief Inspector Crate of the Special Duties Unit. Whoa. This should be good. Shall we take a seat? Unfortunately, it's only a snippet. There were some technical difficulties with the tap. She glances at Bao, who nods back at her. The person responsible has been sacked. Shang reaches out a lacquered fingernail, hunts for the button she's looking for, and stabs it in victory. There's a loud crackling noise at the beginning of the recording, followed by a squelching squeal that makes Gobbet cover her ears in pain. When the video recording begins, the man's voice sounds far away as if he's talking through thick painted glass. The woman's is louder, closer. Just say that again. There's something wrong with this line. I said, my client isn't interested in hearing more excuses, Inspector. Well, hello, Cuddlin. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome back to Shadowrun. All we've done so far is just finish up the Chi mission, talk with a director to go and interfere with another director's work. And Kylie Shang found some information on the plastic-faced man we're hunting. How you doing? Yeah, it happens. It happens. That's what I thought you said. I'm not making excuses, mister. I have a department to run. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, they got the Republicans in the frickin' Senate. I've seen a headline, but that's about it. The one where they say that innocence proves nothing. That one. Not for much longer. If those two Westerners aren't found, they're linked to this Raymond Black somehow, and my client wants them out of the circulation immediately. The two runners are his accomplices too, the little orc and the dwarf with the cyberdeck. Gobbet looks at Isabel wide-eyed and swallows hard. Isabel winks back reassuringly. Of course. Another one. God damn it. Well, hopefully it's, hopefully the perpetrator is caught quickly. Right? I'm sure they'll be caught. Question is, like, if they'll actually get any consequences for it, but I can hope. He did. Okay, then. Well, there's that. I'm aware, Inspector. Thank you. We don't know how much of any of them know, and my client is adamant that the risk be mitigated immediately. I've already made this the SDU's highest priority. If Josephine wants more resources on it, I'm going to need allocations from elsewhere in the department. That is a... Okay, I accidentally skipped that one. That is a problem. Something, something. Kylie Sheng smiles at that and pours herself a shot. Tell her we're redoubling our efforts. Very good. Dead or alive, you bring them to me. My client requires my personal verification that the threat has been eliminated. Hang on, this line's getting worse. Texas. What? Yeah, Texas. Red states. There's a sharp crackle when the recording ends. Kylie Sheng picks up her PDA and puts it away with a smile. She unscrews the cap on her bottle and pours herself a shot with a flourish. That's the guy we saw in the surveillance footage. The one who killed Raymond Black. Leans into the PDA. The plastic face looks a lot cooler close up. I think it's kind of pretty. That video doesn't tell us much. I mean, we already know that there's an APB on us. All we're sure of now is that the man with the plastic face is definitely working for someone else. This... Josephine. What, red states? Or are you referring to something else? Is that all we have, Auntie? A first name? It's not just a first name, Gobbet dear. It's THE first name. Josephine Sang. She's the one pulling the strings. Kindly downs her shot and slams the glass upside down on her table. That disease-riddled dog-fucker. I should have known it was her from the beginning. She drums her fingers on the table in front of her. And she had nerve to call down the heat on my runners. A nightjar. It's more effed up the governor, the senator, and their legal deputies are... Oh, Jesus Christ. Of course they are. Who's shocked by this? God. I'm expecting a, frickin'... I wouldn't be shocked if Canada starts taking in some, people from the United States as, like, a refugee type thing. You know? Oh, that scabrous fossil is going to pay. This woman has enough power to order the HKPF to hunt us down. Mm-hmm. To think they'd care? Please. Yeah. Yeah. But to be fair, Canada has a better reputation when it comes to, like, taking in refugees. A little bit. We still have our issues, don't get me wrong, but we do take in some people. And I wouldn't be surprised if, for some reason, United States citizens have an easier time going from the United States up to Canada. You know, just for reasons. You know, maybe, I don't know, the general appearance of them. Their tone, if you catch my drift. Yeah. Still. Hopefully it works out, right? Hopefully something happens and they get removed from power somehow and things can get put back at the very least to the start, or even better. I'm hoping better, but, you know, I'm not gonna bet on that, but... Cheng makes a wet, hacking noise in the back of her throat and spits on the floor. She's the CEO of Sang Mechanical Services and a member of the Hong Kong Executive Council. Her face turns to a mask of disgust. Zero mass shootings. Well, that's because we have better gun laws, yes. It's Canada. The only places you're allowed to use your gun in Canada are for hunting, or at a gun range, and that's kinda it. If you're taking your gun anywhere else, you're probably gonna get some attention from the police. Yep. The United States has concealed carry. Her face turns to a mask of disgust. Josephine dog-fucking Sang. CEO, huh? What do you know about her? She was Hong Kong Philanthropist of the Year in 2054 and 2055. Children's hospitals, homeless shelters, food distribution centers. Good causes, and the kind that get good PR because people are too lazy and myopic to look for the real people doing the hard work. The face-to-face with the poor work. Don't be so cynical, Isabel. Auntie Shang smiles at her sweetly. Coming face to face with the unsanitized for video poor is distasteful, dear. You know that? Her face gets stony. Beyond being a CEO and a philanthropist, I also know that Josephine Tang is a lying, conniving bitch. More mass shootings than days in the year, yeah. God. Well, that is also partially because the United States is steadily destabilizing itself. Just because, you know, the frickin' right are being so ridiculous. And by ridiculous, I mean so frickin' criminal. That's absolutely fine. I completely agree with you. It is good to remember that this is not normal, and you should probably not become desensitized to it if you can help it. If it does happen, I completely understand. It's not great, but such is life. But still. It is not normal. Proper countries do not have this sort of problem with mass shootings. Proper countries have actual gun control legislation. Unlike the United States. Philanthropist and bitch. Those two things sound mutually exclusive. She snorts derisively. Wake up. Power is power. Whether you're providing children with 3 hots and a cot, or you're negotiating a treaty with a multinational, it's all the same. Doesn't sound like you like her very much. Whatever gave you that impression, my sweet? Her wolfish smile returns. No, my darling. I don't like Josephine Sang. I'm going to fuck her up. I'm going to fuck her up bad. People can't even protest in the United States in the real way because they would lose their job, and then they're fucked. Yeah. It is wild seeing the things that happen down there from up here. I wouldn't be shocked if people start evacuating the country. Fleeing the country, whatever you want to call it. Thankfully, they do have the longest stretch of demilitarized border. So, they should be fine. Lord knows I would not be opposed to people fleeing to Canada. It'll take them a while to get proper health insurance up here. Health insurance is for... Or not health insurance, proper... How do I put it? Proper health care is only for, like, citizens of Canada, so you have to actually be a citizen. Trump called for a civil war last week. Not shocked. And he's gonna have no consequences for it. I swear, it's becoming more and more Shadowrun down there than anything civilized. Care to elaborate on that, Auntie? No. She picks up her bottle of swill. Its turpentine fumes drift your way. Not now, not today. But you'll be there, my darling. I'll make it a party. What is Sang Mechanical Services? Josephine's baby. It was a B-rated corporation before she married into the Sang family. But after she fought for and won the contract to rebuild Kowloon Walled City, their fortunes rose. Hi. They began a rise to power that eventually landed Josephine on the Executive Council. Wait, so there's a connection between Josephine Sang and the Walled City? Yes, the same place Raymond Black hired my runners to take him. I've already connected the dots. I don't know what it means, but it clearly means something. What do you think the connection is between Josephine Sang and this plastic-faced man? I don't know yet, but I will. He called her his client. That may be some sort of lead we can follow. The U.S. will secede in the next few months. From what? The United States is already its own thing. It can't succeed from anything. Or do you mean Texas? Because, I mean, Texas always does that. Texas has to be their own special... weird haven, I guess you want to call it. If you can't even call it a haven. Sheng nods at Wu. Her glance lingers at his biceps a moment before continuing. What is with people thirsting for Wu? Yeah, for Duncan Wu. The U.S. will secede. Maybe it means from, like, the United Nations, but I don't see why they would. That seems silly. Then again, it wouldn't be the first time they shot themselves in the foot. Right. Right now, all we know is that he's her instrument. The one who killed Raymond Black. Raymond's not dead. Yes, you may have mentioned that before, Gun Show. She smiles at him reprovingly. Regardless, the plastic-faced man is still our best lead for figuring out what's going on. Oh, they're coming for conscious. Yep. Yes, they are. It's because they don't actually care about the abortions. They don't care about fetuses. They just want to punish people for having sex. After they got contraception, yeah, it's LGBT rights next, as if they haven't already attacked those. It's gonna be gay marriage next, and then any religion other than Christianity. I don't know where they'll go from there, but I guess maybe like thought crimes. Nah, I think slavery is one. I think slavery is one step away still, away from after LGBT. Because slavery is still, yeah. I mean, they've been fighting trans rights for frickin' ever. Gay people got their rights, and then that became the norm, and they had to move off from that, so they switched over to the next thing, and that was trans rights. And they fought that for pretty much the entirety of the time that it's been around. And once they break those rights back down, they're going to go right back to gay people. Immediately. It's not even going to be like a week of celebration for, oh yeah, trans people can't do this anymore. It's going to go straight to gay rights. Like, immediately. Let me hear this executive council again. May I, Auntie? Isabel breaks in, giving kindly Chang a chance to calm down a bit. Hong Kong is run by a consortium of powerful corporations called the Board of Governors, who set up the Executive Council, an 8-member committee of exemplary Hong Kong citizens to represent the people and run the city on their behalf. Dave Rubin. Nope. He is... Well... He might go with the whole, what's the term for... I don't remember what it's called. One of the good ones type deal. Where he's like, I'm gay, but even I can see that this whole marriage thing is ridiculous. Gay people can't get married. That's, between a man and a woman, and that's a man and a man. They can't get married. That sort of thing. Similar thing to, what was her name? The self-hating trans. Yeah, there's always going to be somebody to sell their community for cheap. Always. It's unfortunate, and I hope he doesn't get frickin' lynched by his own employers. But at the same time, fuck Dave Rubin. Yeah, this is what we're going to see this in the future. They're gonna have a frickin' consortium. Blair White, yes, thank you. It's basically gonna be the same thing as Blair White, but Blair White will probably be kicked out. Because they don't need her representation after that. Yeah, we're gonna see an executive council in the United States soon enough. But of course you don't vote for them, that would be too unpredictable. Instead, every 2 years, 2 executive council slots come up for election, and the corporations on the board of governors put up some possible candidates and vote among themselves in a closed-door session. Closed door. I'm shocked. Of course, every single one of these candidates is on some corporation's payroll somehow. Wham bam, instant government. Let's cut to the chase. What's our next step? There's nothing we can do to touch Josephine Sang, as much as I hate to admit it. But the plastic-faced man is a different story. He's a third-party operative who's been careless, and he'll live to regret it. Her little black eyes turn stony. For a while. She's gonna kill him. If Sang thinks she can take out 2 of my runners and get away with it, I'm going to have to explain things to her. She pulls a thin black cigar and runs it beneath her nose. We're going to find the plastic-faced man, and we are going to hurt him. We'll hurt him until we know everything he does, and then we will use that to strike back at Josephine Sang. She lights her cigar and takes a deep, deep pull. You will have your vengeance, and I'll have my own satisfaction. She turns away and picks up the bottle. Now get out. I have work to do. Okay. We learned some things. So we found the plastic-faced man, or at least know what he looks like, give or take. We can make use of this. The side of Matthew's trailer looks freshly scrubbed, and it reeks of kerosene. Broad swaths of the flaking paint have been removed, revealing the brittle plastic siding discolored by years of acid rain. You can still see the faded black traces of erased graffiti. It reads, Job Stealer. Something thumps inside the trailer. You could easily peer in one of the windows. Inside our dingy, cramped living quarters, cluttered with broken drones and unwashed dishes, Looks like a rumpled, motley colored shag carpet is heaped over about half the tiny space, obscuring most of the furniture. After a moment, the shag carpet moves. It rises about a foot and surges slightly towards the window. Then it stops, pulsing and fidgeting. It's hard to see it clearly through the built-up grime on the window. The carpet is actually plush-covered drones, teddy bears, raccoons, little dolls. There must be 24 inside the caravan. All companionship models. And they're all looking at you as if they've realized you're not Matthew. They watch, fidgeting. Then in one coordinated motion, they all lie down and go dormant again. Okay, then. Sure, Reliable Matthew. Reliable Matthew greets you with an expansive grin. Hey, beautiful! To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Why, you're not here for some robotics, are you? Well, shucks. He rolls his shoulders ostentatiously and sticks his cigarillo casually between his teeth. His eyes have a strained, bloodshot look. Looks like someone vandalized your trailer. I hate to admit it, but some things Blair White said I agree with. Things like, some people go too far with labels and identities. Maybe. Maybe. But you don't need to concede that to her. And that doesn't mean she's got a very good point. She's pointing out something that, fair enough, some people do go a little absurd. But at the same time, clamping down on that like it's an iron fist. Wanting to abolish pronouns. That, honestly, I don't know. I don't personally agree with that. I'm okay with it. Well, not like, how do I put it? I'm okay with the idea of gender being abolished, but pronouns are going to be used regardless. Nobody's advocating seriously for removing the term you, or her, or him. You know what I mean? I'm okay with removing the idea of gender completely from the space. You know what I mean? Bill Maher did a segment about trans youth. Oh god, Bill Maher. I don't know what it is about him. It's trendy, y'all. Of course it is. I didn't like him from the start. I don't know. He gives off this weird, creepy vibe of somebody trying to be trendy and hip, but failing miserably. Even if he's not using things like y'all or whatever. It's like he's trying to be cool and funny, but he's kind of not quite pulling it off. Yeah, the smugness is also a real pain. I can agree with you on that. Not a fan of it. Ah, what? You mean the paint? That's just some neighborhood kids. Good kids, having a lark. I nearly fell over laughing when I saw it this morning. I don't like his whole... Yeah. He's supposed to be a TV personality, but his personality feels like shit. Slimy, gross, and laden with some bad ideas. What exactly are the drones you sell used for? Just about everything. They're helpers to metahumans in all sorts of useful ways. Drones cook, clean, carry messages, lift heavy loads, tend to delicate tasks. Why, drones can even care for the infirm and provide companionship to children. Matthew taps his temple with his finger, meaningfully. Think about it, beautiful. All the boring, dangerous, painful jobs that people used to do, the jobs that drones do now. He glances around at Hiyoi and up at the walled city looming above. Despite his bright eyes and gleaming smile, his voice sounds almost thoughtful. Because of mechanization, we don't force workers to breathe as many chemicals in refineries. We don't make teenage girls pick silk cocoons out of boiling water. Not anymore. Drones help us. He shakes off his passing air of seriousness, clamps his cigarillo in his teeth, thrusts his hands in his pockets. They're really something else, ain't they? Think they're... Oh, yes, absolutely. It's not even a question to me. They're definitely going to overturn Roe v. Wade. Unless they're... Well, hello, Dudley Owo Dreams. Welcome. Awkward time to pop in. We're talking about politics a little bit. How was your stream? Let's see what you were streaming. Shoutouts. Dudley Owo Dreams. Playing art. Oh, you were doing art. Nice. Very nice. Indeed. Cuddle in here is, venting some feelings, you know. I was doing some art. I see. Fair enough. Now it's all peaceful and all. I don't know how long that's gonna last. Yeah, the United States is, destabilizing fast. It'd be like that. Yeah, they're absolutely gonna overturn Roe v. Wade. Unless there's some immense public outcry, it's gonna happen. They don't care about what the majority think. It's unfortunate, and I wish them all the luck. Hell, I am more than happy to see United States citizens coming up to Canada to get aborted. But, yeah. It's unfortunate. Shadowrun is approaching us day by day. How do people in Hioi feel about drones? How do people here feel about drones? Why, they love them! Just about every household that can afford drones has drones. Sure you don't want to try out this little UC2 tarantula? It's a great entry-level personal assistant. Reliable Matthew smiles widely, but the edges of his mouth twitch uncomfortably. Drones free people to take skilled jobs. They make the economy more efficient, and drones give poor people services they couldn't ever afford otherwise. Why would someone call you a job stealer? No idea. Drones are job makers. He waggles a cigarillo at you. I know what you're thinking. I think it myself. Drones take jobs. Well, medicine takes jobs from undertakers, and sewer drones take jobs from people who used to crawl through filth to feed their families. Mitch McConnell said that if they get the majority again, they're going to overturn the other rights people acquired. Not surprised. The only thing surprising about that is that he said it out loud. He holds his hand somberly over his heart and his voice deepens. When you see a drone messenger I'm made, it's easy to think that used to be a person. Could be. Could be. But that person can do another job now, and they can have a drone themselves. Everyone is better off. Why? Matthew's voice arises. His smile wrinkles painfully around the edges as he carries on enthusiastically. The same people who call drone dealers job stealers often themselves come to me for... Matthew suddenly shuts up. His smile gets even more waxy. Hey, let's not get all wound up about this stuff. It's too cheery a day for running off in our heads. Just smell that brisk spring air. He inhales deeply through his nose, drawing in the fetid reek of the polluted river and the sodden heat of monsoon season. This topic is fascinating, but, I've got to get back to work. Shall we walk the lot? Notice you have a lot of drones in your trailer there, Reliable Matthew. Reliable Matthew smells serenely at you. Drones in the trailer? Yeah, well, I think I have a couple in there. Probably ones I'm fixing. Looks like a full playpen to me. Matthew shrugs uncomfortably. Funny thing about drones, when you see a few, they always look like so many more. Weirdest thing, strange little fellows. Let's not talk about maintenance. It's boring. I bet there's something you need today. You got any new drones there, Reliable Matthew? The room sweeper. It's been outfitted with a shotgun attachment. Jesus Christ. Steel links, the sundowner. This classic hover drone can support the team with both medkits and concussion grenades. Needs a drone control 5 data jack. The Strato, okay. Cargo carrier, military vest. Okay. Goodbye, Matthew. What do we even have on us? We got the Runraku, we got the Doberman Mark II, Cyberware, a data jack. Can we even handle one of those higher level things? Oh, we can absolutely handle it. We can handle Class A drones, so that's not a problem. Class A being a type of, requirement, basically. There's Class C drones, Class B drones, Class A drones, and then Class S drones, which are a little absurd. A parlor of 5 phases. They wanted to codify Roe v. Wade in the Constitution. Republicans plus Joe Manchin blocked the bill in the Senate. Yep. He's a dino. What I want to see is more Democrats in the... He's back in action. Yeah. A mild scent, sweet and slightly herbal, is the first thing you notice upon entering the old shop. Its quarters are cramped, made smaller by the display cases and furniture packed inside. Yeah, if I would like to see in the United States for more Democrats to get in. Because if more Democrats got in, then Joe Manchin and the rest of the Democrats would have to show their hand a little bit more. See if the majority of them actually want Joe Manchin there just because he's the one person who just has to say, no, I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna take the optics hit. Or if it's actually just Joe Manchin being a prick. I got the feeling it's the former rather than the latter, but it would be good to have confirmation, you know? The walls are lined with bookshelves, and the tables and chairs are stacked with old tomes. The Congress is mainly bought by corpos. Sounds almost like a certain game. Hello, Annie the Cat. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. Welcome to Shadowrun. We're mostly talking politics. How can I have change for a long time? No, we're gonna have change. It's just gonna be in the mega corporations' interests, let's say. A few titles jump out at you. Lucid dreaming, an exploration of the inner self. Dream logic, nocturnal visitations. Overall, the place feels lived in, if disorganized. Not quite cluttered, but close. Milling Shadowrun is all about politics. There is that, yeah. It does draw it out, you know. It is disturbing how relevant Shadowrun still is. Milling at the front of the store is the shopkeeper, lost in a book of her own. She's tall for a human, probably close to 2 meters in height. Her physique is typical bookworm, not overweight, but you can't see any muscular definition either. A wraparound tattoo covers her upper arms and shoulders, but from where you're standing you can't quite make it out. She fidgets. Gradually her eyes rise from her book and lock onto you. Especially the dragon corporatists. Ah, yes. We have met Lofweir in the... well, not Lofweir himself, but the representative of Lofweir in the previous game. Maybe it was Lofweir himself. Uh-oh. If it's Ted Cruz, it's probably going to be something pretty disgusting. Something, there should have been more good guys with guns. That's what I'm guessing. I wouldn't put too much stock in Ted Cruz. He's a... he's disgusting. Welcome. Don't believe I've seen you before. She sets down her book and suits a strand of black and pink hair from behind her ear. Name's Crafty. Frenchie, nice to meet you. She shakes her hand. Her grip is surprisingly firm. So, what can I do for you? I've got spells, alchemical reagents, foci, whatever you want, all really. Might have to do some digging to find it, but if it's magical, it's around here somewhere. Say! So wait, what actually happened? Apparently there's been another, school shooting in... was that... am I remembering that right? Another... yeah, another school shooting in the United States. That is even more disgusting. Jesus Christ. Because, of course, a private school is safer than a public school. Obviously. Jesus Christ. Honestly, that is even more slimy than I was expecting. Remember, Republican politicians are just ontologically evil. Flat out. Have you had any vivid dreams lately? Her face is unreadable. Her eyes lock onto yours. As a matter of fact, I have. But we all get the occasional vivid dream. Nothing special here. Gesture to the books on the tabletop. Really? Then why are you reading up on them? She flicks her wrist dismissively. Sure, it's a little weird that we're having them, but these types of dreams are common in the walled city. Nothing to get all worked up about, probably. They're common? Explain. She nods. Common as the cold. My mother devoted her life to researching the walled city and the magical phenomena within it. So I grew up with stories about the city, the recurrent, creepy dreams being one of them. I've never been inside the walled city myself, but Mom went in pretty regularly and experienced the dreams. Eh. Their pubs are pushing to privatize... well, of course they are. They want to privatize literally everything. Close the public education system and keep the private schools. Which is disgusting as hell, because you know what's going to happen if that happens? Private schools are going to jack up their costs. If the only option you have is private schools, they're going to jack up their costs. They're going to say, well, you know, we provide a wonderful service here, but we're going to have to, you know, ask for a little bit of money in order to fund our operation. We got to make sure that people know about our school. We got to make sure that we got a budget for our teachers. So, you know, we're going to have to ask a little bit of money. a little bit more than what you're currently paying. And it's going to slowly rise, until eventually the poor cannot afford to get educated. That is what's going to happen. Can you homeschool nowadays? Oh, you can always homeschool. Frickin' hell, the Republicans are the most vocal about homeschooling. That's mostly because they want to control the information of their children, for the most part. You see, if they can control the information, then what ends up happening is they can indoctrinate their children into the conservative mindset. Because, generally speaking, yeah, usually one parent quits their job to homeschool your kid. That is generally how it works. Um, Unfortunately, for the conservatives, when it comes to reality and, facts and logic, as they might say, it kind of skews leftward. Quite a bit, actually. Hell, it even maybe can kind of, like, skews over towards the socialist and, dare I say, communist side of things. When it comes to figuring out how best to run a society. But if you, make sure that your precious child isn't in the public school, you can always tell them, your own version of things. Give it your own little spin. That sort of thing. That's why they're the most vocal about it. Personally, I think we shouldn't have private schools. How does that translate for later education like college? Don't you need to have grades? Yeah, they are walking contradictions. I honestly don't know how that works. I was never homeschooled, and I don't really know anybody who was. So I couldn't tell you that much. But I do know that so long as you're keeping up, at least in Canada up here, so long as you're keeping up with the curriculum that you would normally be getting in the public school, you're fine for homeschooling. So long as they, are able to do math properly at their required level, as long as you're able to read at your required level, that sort of thing, then you're fine. That doesn't mean you can't put your own spin on it, though. Sounds like an interesting person. The sides of her mouth dip into a shallow frown. Sure, she was interesting, but not praiseworthy. Is this your store, or do you just work here? It's mine, and I inherited it from my mom. As you can see, she generously left me all her research journals. Her words are thick with sarcasm. Mom was never a big cleaner, but neither am I. Your country is civilized. We got our own problems. Trust me. If you think the United States is bad when it comes to the First Nations, Canada's pretty freaking bad about the First Nations, too. My mom used to keep spirits around that helped her manage the place. Not here anymore, but sometimes I swear my books aren't where I last placed them. Who knows? Maybe they pop by for visits. I just wish they'd clean while they're here. What makes this store so special? It's old, respectable, built over a dragon line. She slightly tilts her head to the side. We also carry text unavailable anywhere else, but I guess for me, I'm drawn to this place by nostalgia. You don't sound thrilled? It's a job. Can't complain. Curriculum is the most important in the exams, yeah. What's the name of the store? The 5 phases. It's a cultural thing. The 5 phases represent wood, earth, water, fire, and metal. The things we learned about in Amazing Cultivation Simulator. Tests, grades, and assignments, yeah, are done at choice. Some people believe they're the basis of how things function and interact in this world. They find it practiced all throughout China in disciplines ranging from farming to science. Even music. Let's see if I remember how it goes. Metal begets water. Water begets wood. Wood begets fire. Fire begets earth. Earth begets metal. Metal overcomes wood because it chops down the tree. Water overcomes fire because it puts out the fire. Wood overcomes earth because the roots burrow through the ground. And fire overcomes metal because it melts it down. Yeah, we had to learn about that from Amazing Cultivation Simulator, and I had it kind of drilled into my head a little bit. The theory isn't common among younger generations, but it has its uses. My mother was strongly influenced by it. In fact, our sign out front is a visual representation of the cycle of 5 phases. It was an inspiration to her. She raises a shoulder in a half shrug. I just think it looks neat. I have a question about something else. Tell me about yourself, Crafty Zoo. Crafty Zoo? I don't know how to pronounce the name. I'm pretty sure X is a zh sound in Chinese. I'm not sure where to start. What do you want to know? What do you do when you're not at work? I've been pretty crunched here at the shop, but I don't have a lot of time outside of work. But when I'm off the clock, I like to read and paint. Maybe kick back and enjoy a meal with my friends. My buddy Gobbet sometimes stops by with food. No drag racing or anything. Pretty boring. Gobbet sent me here, actually. She sent me a message saying that I should talk to you. She's a good person, isn't she? We're not real close, but we have a pleasant relationship. Chatting over french fries, discussing our latest reads, you know, shallow things. How do you know her? Queen Isabel got me out of a tough spot. Good. Keep her by your side. Gobbet's pretty fluent in the ways of the city, and the people who live here, she knows her stuff. If you stick with her, you'll find yourself in a lot less trouble than you would otherwise. You said you paint? Just for fun. I don't make any money off of it. Fair enough. Nothing wrong with having a hobby like this. I just find it relaxing. She pats her arms. I design my tattoos, but that's about the extent that I take it beyond the canvas. Mind if I see that tattoo? I can't quite make it out from here. Yeah, sure. She turns it back to you, and you can see the tattoo in all its glory. It looks like an impressionist rendition of a school of salmon jumping upstream. The artistry of the piece is undeniable. Amazing, really professional quality work. An embarrassed smile creeps into her features. She scratches her shoulder. You're being way too generous, but I'll take it. Thanks. What do you like to read? Crafty clasps her hands together. A slow smile spreads across her face. Oh, by all means. Also, what the hell is this thing? God damn it. Aside from the usual, I love sitting down each morning to a tall cup of soy caffeine with the latest news stream on hand. I pop it right open to the obituaries. Makes for great reading. She smiles at you for a moment before speaking. I'm kidding, well, for all you know. I tend to stray toward detective novels, maybe some suspense and horror, and when I'm not reading for leisure, I study my textbooks to keep my magic sharp. Sounds fun, but I'd like to ask you something on a more serious note. Is Crafty really your first name? No. A wave of nostalgia seems to pull her gaze towards the shop's front window. Your med system is only a little better efficiency than the American system, but everyone is covered, right? Yes, though there are some weird holes in it. Canada's medical system works for, like, the important stuff. If you get your arm dislocated, they'll put it back in, no problem. Won't cost you a dime. If you have a cut open on your chin like I did when I was a kid, they'll sew it up for you, no charge. It's fine. If you, I don't know, pass out in the shower and go to get checked up, no cost. But if you take an ambulance, that's not covered. Dental, not covered. Physical therapy, not covered. It's basically, do you have like a proper injury, or at least I guess air quotes proper, quote unquote proper, then they cost nothing. Insulin, no, I don't actually know. Canadian healthcare, is insulin covered? Yes, it is 100% covered. There are no premiums, and you're able to deduct 100. Wait, is that right? Wait, hold on. No, never mind. What the hell? That's some bullshit. Canada is the home of insulin. It was invented here and even features on our $100 bill, and yet there is no Canada-wide coverage as of 2020. That is fucked up. I do know that is way cheaper at the very least, but that's not saying much. What the fuck? Okay. I have a feeling I know who to blame for that. Fucking Stephen Harper. Yeah, that is messed up. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Cuddlin. Good to know. Another reason not to get diabetes, I guess. It actually costs you money. What the frickin' hell? At least it's not $300. Yeah, what is the average price of... Hold on. Average price of insulin in Canada. The average price is about $35 per vial. The amount required depends on each individual's metabolic needs. And the type. About 35 per vial, give or take. Typically costs between 30 to 40, with most using between 1 and 10 vials per month. Yep. Okay then. Yeah, Canada has some major holes in its medical system, but at least we have at least we can get something going on. The name started as a joke, actually. Back home, my mum used to call me Crafty, since the meaning is similar to my given name. I liked it because of the way it sounds. I insisted that my family call me Crafty, so it became a sort of nickname around the house. When I got older and started school in Hong Kong, I made my mum register me as Crafty, and it stuck. What's your given name? Meow. She raises her hand to prevent you from replying. Yes, like a cat. You foreigners always make that same joke, which is why I grew up hating Meow. Call me Crafty. Okay then. Meow. Meow Zhu. Well, that sounds like quite the mage. Do you study it? Sure did. Natural predisposition. She flexes her arm, or whatever. But Mom and I learned the craft differently. I went to university, and she was book taught. Y'all can be blind and toothless, but not dead. Basically. Yeah, optometry is not free either. Because you see, Cuddlin, that is a cosmetic surgery. I shit you not, that is the reasoning as to why dental and optometry are not covered. They're cosmetic. It's dumb, but that is how it is. Mom was very old school. Her magic wasn't as applicable to everyday situations, and it was rooted in superstitions. It still worked, and well, but only for more ritualistic ancient spells. Practical spells like rain shields and bottomless trash cans were outside of her repertoire. To be able to see is cosmetic. It is incredibly dumb. And I'd be willing to bet you, although I don't know the actual reasoning behind it, or I don't know the actual person behind it, I'd be willing to bet it was probably Stephen Harper who did this. That guy was an ass. I'm glad he's out of politics now. Or at least more or less out of politics. Back on topic, what else do you know about the walled city? Because we need to know about that. Very little, just that my mother spent most of her time in there and she shifts her weight, leans onto the counter. Well, you messed her up. Is there something specific you want to know about? What can you tell me about the city? She runs a hand through her hair, exhales. Where to begin? The walled city's always been a hellhole. It started a bad place, it's still a bad place. Crime's drawn to it like a magnet, and you can't enter the city without a city security guard on each elbow. But not even that will guarantee you safe passage. No one famous or rich or memorable has ever come from the place, and the only thing it's known for around here is its shitty reputation. He shrugs loosely. That's about the gist of it. Now, there's a whole library here that just so happens to be the foremost location for walled city texts. I'm sure you can fill in the blanks. The feeling that your relationship with your mother was unusual. You better believe it. She was obsessed with the walled city. Put it before everyone in her life. Mom ate, slept, and breathed that city. A little bit late on the topic, but I never understood the price of insulin in North America. Here it is under social care, but also a box of pens is like 50 euro or 60 bucks. Yeah, insulin... The main reason it's so high in North America is because they can. They can charge people for that insulin. At that exorbitant cost. It's bullshit, is what it is. Now they'll say it has to go into, you know, trying to develop new drugs, and, you know, we gotta market the thing, so there's that. So yeah, of course it makes sense they have to spend, like, how much is it? Yeah, it lets them charge, they can charge people for what they want, and because, health is what is called an inelastic demand, in that, like, how much would you cost to save your life? Or how much would you pay to save your life? Seriously, how much would you pay to save your life? Because I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people are going to answer anything. If the alternative is death, any cost is high enough, or is low enough. It doesn't matter. So because they have an inelastic market, I'm not an economist. I'm just kind of aping what I've heard. Because they've got an inelastic market, they're able to charge whatever the hell they want, which is incredibly fucked up. Honestly, I really hope they get their shit together. Was something fueling her obsession? Crafty shifts her gaze to a stack of books on a nearby table. Yeah, actually. Mom was convinced that something was wrong with the place. That was cursed in some way. Polluted with unnaturally bad qi. That led to the deaths in the US from an insulin deficiency. Yep. People have to ration their insulin in the US. How much? Out of curiosity. Average price of insulin in US. Jesus Christ. With insurance, the average cost is around $334 to $1,000 a month. Jesus Christ. Yee. See, that topic gets invoked when you visit your local witch or warlock. Well, how much is your life worth in the end? Exactly. She'd visit the city under the protection of the Yellow Lotus and spend hours, sometimes days, studying it. Crafty tears her eyes away from her books and returns her gaze to you. Mother was consumed by her research. Did she ever find anything? She sure tried. Mom thought she could find a way to purify the place and to exorcise its demons. Her obsession with the walled city grew, and she devoted more and more of her life to breaking its curse. Wish I could say she fell off the radar, but really, the rest of the world fell off of hers. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. The United States likes to believe that there's some sort of exemplary, exceptional... Well, I guess... Shouldn't you know that? The right in the United States tends to think that they're some sort of exemplary, exceptional city on a hill that is an example to everybody else. Europe is full of old school witches and wonder healers. I wouldn't be shocked. They've got a lot more culture to draw from than the United States and Canada. But yeah, the United States is... I'd argue a third world country. Jesus Christ. $1,300 a month for insulin. Because they can. I'm sorry, that must have been hard for you. It is what it is, and here I am. Crafty gives you a warm smile. Sounds to me like you don't believe in your mother's research. You left empty-handed. He died. Unsurprising. You can see Crafty studying you. She exhales through her nose, and it seems as if she's considering something. I know we've just met, but you have a generous ear. I don't mind discussing my mother with you as long as we keep the details between us. Mother's research was stupid. Just plain stupid. She wasn't stupid herself. No, Mom was very bright, but her obsession was downright unhealthy. Anyone could see that. The walled city is a toxic place, home to dark spirits and astral influence, but Mom believed in a singular curse at the heart of the place. How do you two fall out? My mother failed to change the walled city, and the time she spent inside there changed her. She grew sickly and became moody, irritable. She suffered from night terrors the rest of her life. Crafty languidly sweeps a small clump of dust off a nearby book. It's a new world country. Oh no. It's fucked up. Concrete jungle is a little more, apt a description than one would expect, I suppose. Must have been difficult to watch a decline like that. She points a finger at you. It wasn't just that. The breaking point for me was a ridiculous obsession. I refused to indulge her and it drove a wedge between us. Neither of us were willing to relent. A small, bitter laugh escapes her throat. I guess we had that in common. Stubborn till the end. So, after Mom died, I turned my back on our work, and left the walled city and its people to themselves. It's a toxic site beyond rehabilitation. I do my best to ignore it. Her composure breaks for a second, and you can see Crafty shifting nervously behind the counter. At least, I've tried. None of these dreams, these nightmares, are leaking out of the walled city. I wonder if I can still ignore it. I always have a choice. You're right, but not everyone's choices are weighted evenly, and I just don't think I can turn a blind eye to what's happening here. He loosely gestures to the bookshelves all over the shop. I have my mother's journals. I have the means to try and help. It's sure to dredge up bad memories, but if it'll help my friends, maybe it'll be worth it. I don't know. I guess I have a lot to think about. She crosses her arms and wraps her fingers against her skin. Anyway, thanks for lending me that ear of yours. I've been thinking about the dreams. Can I ask you something? You know, let's go ahead. Why do you think they're affecting people outside the walled city? It's definitely strange. Until now, I've always thought the dreams were nonsense. But my mother just had night terrors because of her madness. She props her chin up with her right hand. In the US, there's no rules. You're rich, you can live happily. You're middle class, you struggle like hell. You're poor, you're barely surviving or die. Well, you know, middle class is slowly breaking down. In the United States, at least. I don't know about in Canada, honestly. But I know the United States are getting screwed over pretty hard. Oh, there is a Reddit called Anti-Work, which I occasionally scroll through. It's got some hefty doom posting in there. But it's also got some pretty good firing stories, too. And quitting stories, for that matter. And there is some good stuff in there. You know, the whole, like, 3 weeks notice unless it's in your contract. Not technically a thing. Or, sorry, 2 weeks notice. Not technically a thing that's required by law. Now it's really happening. And not just to me, to others around Hiyoi. Those same psychic forces that drove Mom insane are edging into our subconscious. Lately I've been wondering if there might have been something to her ravings. Maybe. I've been skeptical for so long, it feels almost blasphemous to consider it. Maybe the walled city's curse is real. She rubs her hand down her face, obviously frustrated. I just don't know. All the people here, you have the greatest advantage of when it comes to investigating these dreams. That's one thing I forgot to mention / ask you yesterday. If you're interested in weird dungeon crawlers, have you heard of, perhaps, of Fear and Hunger? It's an RPG Maker game with Geigeresque aesthetic and some heavy effed up gothic horsing. I haven't, actually. Hold on, let me pull up Steam so I can check it out. Fear and Hunger. Yeah, I see what you're going with here. Maybe. Huh. Alcohol, nudity, and scenes of sexual... Okay, then. Certainly seems like a tasteful one, at least. Oppressive and relentless atmosphere, original ambient soundtrack. Maybe. Maybe. I don't think I can stream it, but it does certainly look interesting. Remember when Trump said he could shoot someone and get away with it? Yeah. He absolutely could. Especially now, after the frickin' frenzy he's whipped her up around himself. Does have some nudity, but it is okay, it is streamable on Twitch, I see. Is there like a mod to... or not a mod, but something to block out the nudity? Or like, censor it? That's true, but my mother's notes are scattered all over the shop. Most of her research is scrawled in the margins of the books that you see on the shelves in piles and stacks all over. The clues we need to figure this thing out could be in any one of these volumes, and there are thousands of them. If there's anything we can do to get to the bottom of them, we need to take that opportunity. He sighs, straightens up. Did you add ads? Not really. I think I can look into it. I haven't added more ads, if you're asking that. Unfortunately, it seems like Twitch likes to basically make sure that ads do happen. You can either have them set to specific times, or had like Jesus Christ, 6 of them in a row. That is brutal. My apologies. Right, so from my understanding, Twitch has it so it's automatic As far as I understood the TOS, you can have nudity as long as it's in the context of the game, and that game is heavily contextualized. Fair enough. You can either schedule your ads or just have Twitch show them whenever it wants to. I'm thinking I might start scheduling them. Feels grimy, but still. If it helps make the viewing experience a little more comfortable. She sighs, straightens up. Yeah, I know what I have to do. It's just... Damn, look at them all. She tiredly looks down at the book she was reading earlier. Guess I won't be finishing this one anytime soon. Alright, I'm going to get started. Now, but it'll take time. The House of Five Phases is jammed from floor to ceiling with books, and any one of them could hold valuable information. Check in once in a while. I'll share my findings with you. Sure thing. Keep me updated. She clucks her tongue and points a finger at you. Will do. Does she have anything interesting? A bunch of magical stuff. Shamanic ritual garb. A lot of magical stuff. Dear God. Not bad. Not bad at all. Bunch of elementals. Shamanic salve. 7 base HP and a further 7 HP per round for 3 rounds. That's not half bad, actually. Huh. We should go grab our payment and talk with our crew a bit. See what they have to say, you know? I'm not gonna get every scrap of information out of this. But I'm gonna try my best. Fear and hunger. Maybe. Maybe we'll play that sometime. It's gonna be a while because I have to have like a spot open up for it, but... could be interesting. Thank you for letting me know about it. Just a reminder, I do have a Discord now. If you wanna join, by all means, you're all welcome to join us there. Fear and Hunger. Looks funky as hell. Some sort of a RPG Maker dungeon crawler, as Any the Cat has described. Check your inboxes, open the jobs directory, claim payment for this sabotage run. A few moments later, a message pops up on the screen. A little bird whispered in my ear that Wu Jing's fortunes are already falling. Their stock value dropped by 2% already. The client finds this to be an acceptable indication of your success and has forwarded payment. I've attached your cut to the same email. Any new messages? Urgent task, restaurant job, Auntie Cheng and Josephine. Hey, Seattle. I think I can add a little context to that thing between Auntie and Josephine. Oh no, that's from Gobbet. Hey, Seattle. I think I can add a little context to that thing between Auntie and Josephine Sang. You know, the thing that makes Auntie hit the sauce and talk revenge. This, combo of stuff I heard and stuff I put together myself, so your mileage may vary. Yeah, it's frickin' creepy. Geiger-esque, as, they said. Parts of it is randomized. Not all of it, but parts of it. Pray to different gods, talk your way out of battles, meet new party members, snipe enemies from distance, use traps to disable them. Yeah. Could be interesting. For years, the Yellow Lotus acted as tax collectors within the walled city. Since the walled city was built by Josephine Sang and the Yellow Lotus was run by Auntie Chang, they must have had a working business relationship. For a while, at least. That was mainly the intent, yes. From what Nightjar told me, he was her favorite. You got that, right? Auntie was known as a real up-and-comer back then. She was on the fast track to be the next Yellow Lotus 438. That's a big deal gig, Seattle. Money and power galore. Now, you need to know that there were a lot of triads and corps doing biz in the walled city. All sorts of stuff. Sometimes they work together nicely, and sometimes people get bloody. The way that I heard it, Auntie came up with some sort of grand plan to consolidate business in the walled city. The power would be split between the Yellow Lotus and Sang's company. Everyone else would get cut out. If her plan worked, Auntie would rise in the Lotus like nobody's business, and Josephine Sang would make a long bank. There was a catch, though. In order for the plan to work, both women would need to jump through a lot of hoops. There'd be street-level maneuvering and power plays on Auntie's side, and blackmail negotiations on the corporate level from Josephine Sang. My info gets sketchy here. From what I pieced together, Sang went behind Auntie's back and took her plan to her boss, 438 named Wong Lun Fat. They cut kindly out of her own plan. Why'd Sang do that? Oh, no. By any reasonable definition of legit, no, he didn't. That's just well known. My guess is that she saw Auntie as some sort of threat. People in the know say that Wong Lun Fat is weak and greedy. She can be manipulated if her palm remains well greased. Long story short, power was consolidated in the walled city, just like Auntie planned. Only she didn't wind up getting any of it. Her climb up the Lotus ladder came to an abrupt halt. She stole a straw sandal, just like she was before Sang backstabbed her. Now she's stuck in Hioy like a fly in amber. I'd be pissed too if it were me. One of the things I've learned over the years is that even the rich and powerful have annoyances. Thorns in their side, if you will. No one has without troubles, the rich just have different ways of solving them. The client for this run has grown tired of one particular thorn in his side. Chung Sing Rooster Lo. Lo is a red pole for one of the smaller triads here in Hong Kong. The 289s, or the Easy Money Gang, if you prefer. Despite the 289's small stature, Lo's illegal activities have managed to damage the client's profits. Mr. Johnson would like you to help him show Lo the error of his ways. He hired Fictal. I don't know about that. I think Trump got into power because people bought his message. But the more important part is that the electors decide to pick him. If you made it so the actual popular vote was the one that actually got people in power, the Republicans would lose like 99% of the time. Though it takes an evening every few months to dine at the Shangri-La restaurant in Aberdeen. If you aren't aware, the Shangri-La is an elite establishment serving primarily corporate clientele from Wuxing Incorporated. Because of this, it is not unusual for diners to bring bodyguards or assistants with them. In Lo's case, he brings a particularly brutish enforcer known as the Talon, and undoubtedly feels well protected. You're going to prove just how wrong he is in this regard. You are to kidnap Rooster Lo. So long as he is alive and in relatively good health, all options are on the table. While keeping the run quiet would make things easier for Mr. Johnson, no one will shed too many tears over a few dead triad thugs. The client has arranged an exit via boat. So long as you can get Lo from the interior to the restaurant's dock, the client will handle everything else. Despite being a red pole, Lo is a tactician, not a fighter. Don't expect him to put up much of a fight. The Talon, on the other hand, is as nasty as they come. Be careful about how you confront him, or things may go very badly. It really should be like that. 100% democracy. They already count all the votes. It wouldn't take much. They just have to get around it. And fun fact about that, Cuddlin. There's actually a way to get around that. See, there's a bunch of states. There's an agreement that's been signed for the most part. It's a legal document, actually. Where, essentially, what the states do is they sign it, which makes it so that, they sign it agreeing that they will always have a, or not, how do I put this? Let me restart. It's a legal document saying that they will add in a law, they have to add in a law, that makes it so that the elector must choose the candidate of the popular vote in their state. Has to. Flat out. However, this legal document does not take effect until enough states sign it. And they're like 3 states away, last I heard, from getting it in. Because the electorate is like, oh, it's this big legal thing, but here's the thing. If they are legally required to go with the popular vote, and enough of them are, you know, legally required to do that, well, suddenly it's basically like the electorate doesn't even exist. And I'm hoping that happens. I'm hoping that's put into effect. There's a few states that still have to sign on to it. There's, I think, like 1 or 2 states, not very much. And that's kind of where it's been stuck at for a while. You should probably look it up and see whose states are in on that legal document, and if you happen to be in a state that isn't in that, then you should probably call your senator and let them know that, hey, or not your senator, your representative, and say, hey, you should add in that law, you should sign on to it. What else do we have? Urgent task. Little birds. Why are pubs getting elected if people don't vote for them? because gerrymandering, not so much. Because they're able to get a lot of corporate funding, gerrymandering exists, which also benefits the Democrats in some ways. It benefits whoever's in power. They have a lot of voting laws that straight up cut people out of the system. That's most of it. Legal fuckery, basically. Little birds have been whispering in my ear about an urgent and high-paying run. Steel Arm Lou, a Red Paul, managed to get his hands on information concerning a prototype laser weapon in development by Ares Asia Holdings. For years, the Yellow Lotus and the Red Dragon has been locked in a Cold War. Despite this, we remain evenly matched. Neither one of us can attack the other without being exposed to devastating reprisals. He wants to change this, and he has a plan. Rather than strike directly, Lou intends to aim external forces at the Red Dragon, specifically Knight Errant. He intends to frame a white paper fan named Golden Fong, making it appear that the Red Dragon have been bribing Ares researchers for classified data. 2 leading drone and energy weapons researchers have recently transferred from London to Hong Kong and are running the project. That would be a hell of a thing. Doctors Taylor and Hardingham were respected in Europe, but in Hong Kong they remain unknown quantities. They're untrusted, and therefore are considered untrustworthy. Perfect targets, in other words. We will provide data that will make it look as if the researchers were contacted by Golden Fong and made quite a bit of money, but grew tired of the arrangement. Transfer the attached files to a data chip. The files are bundled with a worm program, which will auto-execute when inserted into the appropriate systems. You need not bring a decker, though one may be helpful. You will need to plant data in the visitor record system, the camera systems in Hardingham, and Taylor's lab. Financial data is to be transferred to Dr. Taylor's personal terminal. That, in and of itself, will not be enough to ensure Knight Errant involvement, however. Planting the data is only the first part of your task. This is where a heavier touch will be required. You'll also need to steal the prototype laser weapon. There's a GPS tracking device attached to it, which Lou will plant deep in Red Dragon territory. The apparent theft of a prototype weapon by a disgruntled triad member should convince Ares to dispatch overwhelming force against the Red Dragon, dealing them a vicious blow. As a note, Lou doesn't care what becomes of the laser weapon. If you wish to sell or keep it, feel free. I've also attached a map for your extraction route from the building. During the facility's expansion in 2052, Ares Asia was forced to extend their foundations deeper into the island. They drove piles to the former site of the central MTR station, which partially collapsed during the Dalu Bay earthquake of 2044. Practically, this means that you can exit through the basement, directly onto the new MTR line, through Central. With any luck, you can be gone without anyone knowing how. What's baffling to me is that the red states still vote Repubs, even if the people are miserable. Well, that's because, here's the thing. On the right, people are told to fear things because reasons. Culture war bullshit. That's basically it. And they tend to buy it, hook, line, and sinker, because they trust them. It's a disgusting abuse of their trust, in my opinion. But they still trust them. It's unfortunate. Really, the Republicans should be removed from frickin' any political power. They're flat out anti-democratic, and you shouldn't have that in a democratic system. Unfortunately, this route is heavily alarmed, so you'll be forced to go in the front door. If you can con the front desk, you should have no problems. The facility is both an office and a residence, so strange people coming and going at odd hours is not unusual. If you're not up to fast talk, however, be prepared to shoot your way in. It is incredibly scary, I agree, Annie. Even the subtle ones. Lou does not care if you are loud or quiet, but a word of caution. He came by all this information via the loose lips of one of the research team. Other fixers know of this job. Move fast and you are guaranteed success, but there are definitely other Shadowrunners with an eye on your prize. Alright then. We'll do the... What's the Shadowrun BBS talking about right now? Okay, there's a lot of them. Ozy Bash? There's no telling how long this will last at the back. Oh, okay. You just ran the words Poetry Slam through a thesaurus. Poetry, people, not complaints. Okay. From the Renaissance or in the Dark, Rat Shaman lurks. Got one for the Coyote, Shaman's 2, Unbound Trickster, the Shaman fears no peril, Wally Coyote. On a roll, Jivey. If Mad can stand it. Pulses of light glance up bright chrome, translucent spheres encase my treasure, mirrors and tubes and neon implode, another day in the Matrix. I can do traditional, I happen to prefer the haiku because less typing. Gossamer tresses, infinity in your gaze, very pointy ears. Extra points for using gossamer correctly in the sentence. I like elves. Okay then. Jaybird is still the master of the haiku, in fact. Oh, graveyard creeper, ashen skin, spindly fingers, and claws freak me out. Alright, Shakespeare's, this is strike 2. The story is getting locked and you aren't doing this again, got me. This bar is for deckers who want to talk shop. There are plenty of other forms that you can use for your stupid amateur poetry. I suggest that you go find one. Want to trade eyes. We'll take anything. Jesus Christ. Looking for decker. Looking for experienced decker for a discreet milk run on a low-level corporate lab. Potential for a longer-term arrangement. Got a reliable fixer and long list of happy clients. Requirements. You must not take experimental stims during runs. 2. You must have a good sense of humors. Are you just looking for a decker a little while back? I saw your ad, but I was wrapping up a one-time run with an old partner who's moved away. I'd be interested in meeting. Isn't Muffin Top Ninja your phys ad? Someone call my name. Hey, MTN. Long time no beer. Gotta catch up, Sensei. Bring me on as your decker. I guess the kid who answered your last ad didn't work out. That's an understatement. I think we can count on you to not consume any drugs during runs, but most specifically drugs that were part of the payload. Fail experimental drugs that were part of the payload. Oof. Yeah, that'll do it. Not even rookie error, it's just lack of common sense. Real shame that. Anyway, I'm glad you're on board runs. You're not gonna have a problem with you. Huh. Claim payment. There we go, we got some more money. A little bit of extra money. Not much, but it's still something, you know. There we go. We did that, so there's that. We should probably talk with Mr. Duncan Wu. The gun show, if you will. And just find Wu stalking the floor silently, one hand held rigidly near his hip, the other flexing and unflexing again and again. When he notices you, he nods once and goes back to his caged panther routine. What do you think about the last run? I guess we're vandals for hire now, renting ourselves out to tip people's tables and scrawl graffiti on their walls. I don't know, feels like Bush League Barons ganger crap to me. The kind of stuff that we outgrew when we were 8. Yeah, but what we did in the Sky Tower out of purpose, we messed up their chi. That's what you say. Didn't look like it did much to me. Anyway, whatever, the client paid us and that's all that matters. It's stupid, but I've taken money for all kinds of stupid things before. I remember when you got that job in the private club on this Cleveland street. I was young and I had moves. It paid well for a summer. He crossed his arms over his chest. You're just jealous that they hired me over you. Anyway, enough about that. Need anything else? Gonna wear a hole in the floor that way. Need something. You're gonna be okay. Yep. Just trying to maintain. Pacing helps. Been thinking about Josephine Sang. What'd she do to our family? What she did to our family, what she did to Carter. There we go. His pace increases a bit, his tusks jut forward slightly. Josephine Sang. God damn Josephine Sang. We'll find a way to get her. Good, because when we do, the old Duncan is coming out to play. Wu's eyes smolder. Here's what we do. We walk into Sang headquarters and ask for the boss. When she comes down, we grab her, take her somewhere quiet, and ask her why she had Carter and those runners killed. Find out what happened to Raymond, whether he's alive or dead. What happens next is up to her. Kidnap a member of the Hong Kong Executive Council while there's an APB out on us. It's bold, they'll never see it coming. This is the way to go. My way. Have I ever heard that before? What, my way? That's right, there's one way this is gonna go. He catches himself, understanding appears in his eyes. Crap, that's what Ray used to say. Raymond Black, our benevolent dictator. No questioning his rules, no falling short of his expectations. It was his way or the wrong way. Or you get the full-on Raymond treatment. I didn't care to be on the receiving end of that. And I was, more than once, that's for sure. You remember what happened a few years after we moved out of the squad into his house? The thing with Doubletray and Lockjaw when he accused us of relapsing back into our old ways? Man, that was when Ray's authority finally got tested. His raspy baritone is tinged with satisfaction. When I finally stood up to him. He couldn't hear a word you were saying. I'd never seen him so angry. It was a sight to behold, that's for sure. It didn't listen. He didn't listen. Then we butted heads. Same as always. He smiles, but it's filled with regret. That one was the worst. Good thing you were there to stop it. His face settles into an expression of resignation. Okay, we don't need to do things my way. No need for us to butt heads. He stretches. You can hear his joints crack. And on that note, I'm gonna have to ask you to clear out. It's been another long day. Yeah, I hear ya. Later, Duncan. Alright, so Isabel had some... Yesterday we unlocked some of Isabel's memories. Literally. Because they were locked in an encryption. So we can talk with Isabel and get a little more information on the walled city. I want everything we can know about it. Isabel half turns away from the octopus's main display. She looks back, she looks up at you, blinking. The memory stick that you acquired from Rhombus has already been slotted into one of the computer's many expansion ports. The cherry red plastic that sheathes the stick looks slick and wet in the light. You did good back there. The run went pretty well. Her eyes flit down to the memory stick. We got the stick, the key to my old memories. All I have to do now is slot it. Any thoughts about that last run? I wasn't there, remember? So for me, it was pretty much like any other night. Spent the evening tooling around on the... Oh yeah, she was, that was the Chi one. You haven't unlocked your old memories yet? No, not yet. I mean, I can. It'd be as simple as plugging myself in and tapping a key. My old memories are all mine if I want them. But you're not sure that you want them. He nods. That's about the shape of it. I'm feeling hesitant about this. It isn't easy, you know, shifting organic memories into headwear storage, wiping the originals and locking them away for safekeeping. That's corporate level mind sculpting. Serious business. Locking the files away was important to you, I got that. Very important. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have let an amateur tinker with my brain in the corner of a derelict shopping mall. Whatever I've got up there, I was desperate to get rid of it. Makes a girl wonder why. If what's locked away in there can help us, you need to bite the bullet and access it. Yes, I know, but that doesn't mean that I'm thrilled to be in this position. She sighs. Look, I'm going to have to do this. I have to, for the good of the team. I know that there could be something locked away in stores that could help us. That's why I suggested the run in the first place. I'm just dragging my feet a little because I'm afraid. Shouldn't let your fear decide for you. Acknowledge it and move on. Another long pause. Isabel stares at her feet, thinking. Finally, she looks back up at you. You're right. I know that. I knew it before we went to get the code. I just need to talk through it with someone. Not Gobbet, someone who could take the situation seriously. I need to talk it through it with you. Hey, that's what I'm here for. Without another word, she pulls a cable from a pile on the floor and slots it into her data jack. The other end disappears into one of the octopus's many brains. Her fingers fly across the octopus's keyboard, rattling off a series of audible clicks. Finally, her thumb hovers over the execute key. Alright, wish me luck. The key depresses with an audible click. Isabel's eyes flutter and her cheeks flush with blood. Oh no, 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 no. She starts shaking her head from side to side, wringing her hands. A progress bar on the octopus's auxiliary monitor slowly climbs. Oh, fuck. You got this, Is. Don't back down now. Thanks for the tip, and I'm not backing down. It's almost done. The progress bar climbs to 100. Isabel snatches the cable back out of her data jack and covers her eyes with her hands. She's shivering. She clutches her temples in the palms of her hands. Now I remember why I didn't want these anymore. Are you alright? No, I'm not alright. I'm the opposite of alright. She clutches at her skull like she's afraid it's going to crack open. There's a lot of bad stuff in here. Things that happened to friends of mine, to relatives. Things that I watched happen. No. Strong, believe it. Yes, I can, but this is harder than you think. Her voice is ragged, raw. These memories are crystal clear. It's like all this shit happened yesterday. I can remember watching friends die, and I can see their screamed faces just as clear as I did the day that happened. It's like watching a Trid show, but it's my life, and it's real. Isabel, focus. Is there anything in there that can help us? She screws her eyes shut in concentration. Beads of sweat hang heavy on her brow. I think so, yes. It'll take time for me to sift through all of this. She opens her eyes again, looks up at you. I'll hold on to these memories for as long as I can. Hopefully long enough to reveal something useful. No promises beyond that, though. Not asking for promises, just do your best. She gives you a weak half smile. I always do. One thing that does jump out at me. Rhombus archives some software up here. She taps her temple with a fingernail. It's sitting on top of the memories, all wrapped up like a present. Don't know why he did it, but it looks like a combat package. Combat package? Some sort of basic attack modification. I'll have to study it to be sure, but I think I can use it. Can't wait to see it in action. Yeah, it's all very exciting, but for now, just give me some space, okay? She turns away, shivering. Like I said, it's gonna take time for me to make sense of this stuff. Give me some space, then. Good. Go. Now. And what about you, Gobbet? Gobbet looks up from her hot plate at the sound of your approach. A smile creases her face. She raises her eyebrows and gestures at the cabin around you. You know, the bolt hole has really been shaping up over the past few days. With all the work that we've been putting into her, she's starting to feel like a real home. Anyway, enough about the boat. She puts her hands on her hips, sending madness scurrying. Ready for your next lesson, or do you just want to chat? Let's see what she's got there. Yeah? That's good. I was hoping that you'd want to keep going with this. It's good for you, and I'm kind of enjoying it too. Gaba runs a hand through the knotted ropes of her hair, a contemplative look on her face. A moment later, she turns her attention back at you. Alright, this is going to be another long story, so I'm thinking we should take it in chunks. If you've got any questions, you can ask them along the way, and if you need to take a break, we can come back to it. Sound good? Sounds good. Good. So last time I told you about the event that brought an end to my illustrious career as a subcontractor. This time I'm going to tell you about a run that I went on with my regular team. Was this when you started running with Isabel? No, this is long before Iz hit the streets as a runner. We were friends and everything, but she was still learning to deck back then. She was good for her age, but she wasn't ready for prime time. You don't know anyone from the group that I'm talking about. They're all gone now, anyway. Sorry. Thanks, but it's alright. When you run the shadows, losing people is an occupational hazard. She offers you a lopsided smile. As Shadowrunners, we're disposable assets. It shouldn't come as a surprise when we get used up and tossed away. Same way in the Barrens, here today, gone tomorrow. Yeah, you know how it is. People die, and it's sad, but there's no sense moping about it. How did you meet this group of yours? Mutual friends. We actually all lived together before we started running as a team. There was this floating squatters commune in Hong Kong Bay. Probably still out there, actually. I haven't been back in a long time, but I spent a few years living on the thing, and the rest of the team lived there with me. Squatters commune? We called it the sinking ship. It was like an enormous raft, all bolted together from old shipping containers. It wasn't the most comfortable place I've ever lived, but the price was right and the company was good. What about the team you were running with? Sure. She extends a hand so that she can count off teammates on her fingers. Madness scurries down her sleeve and perches on her forearm. Our muscle was a Hawaiian Jew with poor impulse control, big round guy with lumberjack arms and ringlets in his hair. He called himself Hanu. Guess they love turtles? I don't know, street names are weird. Got a tech specialist, Egret. She was tall, gawky, dyed her hair bone white. Had a drone named Arlo that followed her around like a lost puppy. She was kind of a jack of all trades, but she could get the job done. Fun at parties, too. Our de facto team leader was a guy named Sui. He was a wiry troll, if you can imagine that. Probably about 2% body fat, all skin and bones, walked like with a hunch to make himself look smaller. He was a shaman, bald rat like me. Sounds like an interesting group of people. It was, but then everyone I've worked with has been interesting in his or own way. As a rule, shadowrunning isn't a profession that attracts boring people. Keep going. Nods. Alright, moving on. So one day, Sweet brought us a job. He'd met a client in a Victoria Harbor bar, a rich Eastern Tiger exec. The guy wanted us to steal something from a shiny object. She raises her hands. I know, it's stupid, right? But that was how the Johnson described it to us. The shiny object. That was what he wanted us to get. He never gave it any other name. A rat shaman hired to steal a shiny object. Yeah, you can see how the gig would be hard for us to resist. Anyway, the client told us what to look for. He described it as a chunk of red jade about the size and shape of an ostrich egg, with a mirror-polished surface and gold wire inlays. He said it had have paper charms hanging off of it, food talismans, Taoist sorcery stuff. We weren't supposed to touch those. Okay. That's freaking huge if it's an ostrich egg-sized jade mirror. The client also told us about the shiny object's then owner, an old hedge wizard turned entrepreneur named Tong Juyan. They were supposed to steal a crystal ball from a wizard, essentially. When you boil it down like that, kinda sounds silly, doesn't it? He shrugs. But hey, that's the world we live in. And like I said, Juyan wasn't just a wizard. He was an entrepreneur. A business wizard. The guy had resources. From what we were told, the old man was keeping the shiny object in one of his warehouses. He had a bunch of them. He'd built himself a nice little empire selling magical paraphernalia through puppet vendors in the Yao Matai night market. Supposedly, a good fifth of the stalls in that place were on Juyan's payroll. What kinds? She begins counting off examples on her fingers. Pickled reagents in mason jars, hermetic scrolls and charms, relics looted from Buddhist temples, crates of old Balinese Rangda masks, and fist-sized stones from a great dragon's kidneys. A mathemagician, exactly, Annie the cat. A mathemagician. He's an absolute whiz when it comes to accounting. Juyan sold it all. How he got his hands on it in the first place is anyone's guess. I get the picture? Good. Dynamite. We cased the warehouse for a couple of nights before the run, and we were pretty sure that Juyan was keeping our payday in the vault area at the very back of the building. But the old man had enough tribe protection that we were going to have to be sneaky to get there. Sui was the one who came up with the plan. We'd split up outside and enter the warehouse in 2 teams. Team A would create a diversion, Team B would hit the vault while security was looking the other way. We'd grab our payday, regroup, and get the hell out of there. Splitting the group is almost always more trouble than it's worth. I'd agree with you if you're going and expecting a straight fight, but as a Shadowrunner, you should almost never want to get into one of those. When you're on a job, you're always going to be outnumbered and outgunned. Going quiet is inherently safer than going loud, and splitting the group is what it takes to do that. He shrugs. Anyway, Team A, Hanu and Egret, circled around to the loading dock, just like we planned. Sui and I waited by the servants' entrance. We didn't have to wait long. A couple of minutes in, and we heard this ungodly crash. Then another. And another. As it turns out, Egret had rigged into Julian's network of automated forklifts. She had 6 of them running amok on the loading dock, chasing down workers and crashing themselves into anything marked fragile. Subtle. The next time we're on a run with a loading dock, remind me about the forklift trick. It's awesome, right? A dreamy smile spreads across her face. Egret really outdid herself. Wish that I could have been there to see it. Egret's distraction did what it was supposed to. As Sui and I watched, most of the triad guys at the service entrance abandoned their posts and went hauling off toward the loading dock. A couple guys with baseball bats stayed back, but we handled them easily enough. We slipped inside and made a beeline for the back of the warehouse, where the shiny object was supposed to be. And did you find it there? Yeah, actually. It was there, just like we thought it'd be. The door was open and everything. And the shiny object was sitting there in a teak cradle, gleaming with reflected light, just like the client had said. It had a ring of Taoist talismans hanging off of it with like a grass skirt, the paper all crinkled with age. We didn't waste any time. I reached in and grabbed the thing. It felt strange through my gloves. The jade sort of pulsed, as if it had a heartbeat. That sounds ominous. Yeah, tell me about it. I wanted to drop the thing, but it was our payday, so I slipped it into my satchel instead. I couldn't get the flap closed quickly enough. The package being secure, Sui and I turned to hightail it out of there, and then things went to shit. Did it do something unpredictable? No, not the shiny object. Old man Julian. He was standing there, right in front of us, larger than life. I'm guessing that when he heard the commotion in the loading dock, he come running, well, waddling, to make sure that his treasure was safe. As it turns out, it wasn't, because I'd already stolen the thing. He looked displeased. What do you do? What do you think we did? We had our backs to a wall. We lit the old bastard up. It was pretty epic, truth be told. Spirits were summoned, spells were discharged, the vault door sealed behind Julian like something out of a movie. At one point, the old man leapt onto Sui's back and tried to bite his ear off. I won't bore you with the play-by-play of how the fight went down. In the end, we crushed him. The fighting had caused some collateral damage, unfortunately. At some point during our showdown with Julian, the control panel of the vault door must have eaten an arc of lightning or the blast of a powerball. It was toast. All black and melted, and neither of us could fix it. That sounds bad. It was bad. I had our payday in my satchel, but we were stuck in the vault. It was only a matter of time before the old man's remaining security guys found us in there. There was still one way out. A ventilation duct up high in the rafters, but it was too small for Sweet to fit through. He was a troll, after all. I had the shiny object, but if I left Sweet there and security got to him, well, you do the math. So, here's the conundrum. I've got our payday in my satchel. The team is split. It's inevitable that more Triad 49ers are going to find us, but we don't know when or how many. Egret and Honu are holding their own in the loading dock for now. I can stay with Sweet to help fight off the inevitable wave of Triad 49ers, but we're badly outmatched. Like, badly. The odds of survival won't look good for either of us. If Egret weren't pinned down in the loading dock, she could probably get the vault door open, but in order to get to her, I'd have to leave Sui alone in the vault. And if Julian's reinforcements find Sui before I get back with Egret, well, she uses a thumb to draw a line across her neck. So that's the scenario, Seattle. Not a lot to work with, I know. Now tell me, what would I do? I think I'd try to use it. Got a dangerous magic artifact. She nods, unsmiling. That's the most stylish answer, isn't it? Just audacious enough to be fun. It popped into my head right then and there, same as it did yours. So that's what I did. No hesitation, I just made it happen. It was almost like Sweet had been waiting for me to pass on the thing. He seemed eager to take it. He hugged that chunk of rock to his chest like a newborn baby. Color swam in the stone, and something changed in his eyes. Then Old Man Julian's 49ers breached the door, and Sweet unleashed hell. He pauses, frowning. Stops scratching and falling, uses the hand to rub her eyes. Finally she turns back to you. A sour look pinches her features. What went down in that room? Well, I've only seen that kind of carnage a couple of times in my life, and I've been running the shadows for years. Those trimen were torn to scraps by the end of it. I don't think I'll ever forget the sounds that they made. She clears her throat. I had spent most of the fight huddled up in the corner for my own safety. What Sweet let loose from the stone didn't seem terribly interested in discriminating between friend and foe. What do you mean by that? Did he summon hostile spirits or something? Something like that. Truth be told, I don't know what they were. Like I said, I was hiding. But he couldn't have done it without the shiny object. Not in a million years. Whatever they were, the rock brought them here. What happened then? She shrugs. We waited for things to calm down in the vaults and for things to go slithering away. I think that Sweet had some limited control over them, which is why they didn't eat us. After they were gone, Sweet gave me the shiny object back. I put it in my satchel and we bailed. We collected the others on the way out. They were blissfully ignorant of what happened on the other side of the warehouse, and I didn't see a reason to change that. We hightailed it back to the docks and caught the first boat back to the sinking ship. Mission accomplished. Gobble looks away again and stares off into space. From what I've been told, people still avoid Julian's warehouse like the plague. It's supposed to be haunted, even to this day. People who set foot in the building keep turning up dead. Pretty sure I'm one of the only living people who knows why. Abruptly, her body language changes. Anyway, that's it. Lesson's over. If you've got any questions, go ahead. Is there a point to the story? I'm trying to find a moral here. As when I started telling it, I thought I was going to tell you to be comfortable with breaking the rules. I don't think I'm going to say that now, though. I'm not feeling it anymore. Is your team made out of this run alive? They didn't stay that way for long, but let's leave that for next time, huh? I don't want to get into it just now. Can you tell me more about the sinking ship? Story's over so we can get into it. Moved into the sinking ship when I was just a kid. I think it was like 12? Maybe 12, 13 at the time? In the beginning, it was just me and a couple of rat shaman friends, Cadmus and Malvina. They were older, but they were always cool to me. Your friends build it? No, no way. Cadmus probably could have, but he didn't. He and Malvina appropriated it from its former owners. There was a team of Shadowrunners that lived on the thing before us, but they bid it on a job. Cat and Mal heard the knock of opportunity, and they claimed the rat for rat in record time. Taking over the sinking ship wasn't an easy job, mind you. The previous owners had installed traps and automated defenses all over the raft. Cat has had his hands full with those for a whole month. What kind of traps are we talking about? The usual stuff. Explosives, pop turrets, that kind of thing. Cat and his sister Yasmin took care of most of it without too much trouble. The biggest problems were the scuttling charges. The runners who built the raft had installed these explosives along the perimeter that would rip the bottom out of the thing if they were ever seized by the police. Explosives were tricky to deal with. Cat was able to disarm them, but he had to leave them where they were. It was always just slightly uncomfortable knowing that I was sleeping on top of a couple 100 pounds of dormant explosives. He shrugs. Hey, like I said, it was free. There weren't really even any rules to follow, which suited me fine. Avina was sort of the leader of our little nest, but we never really listened to her. She was always trying to play the mom card and install a sense of responsibility in us. It was cute. She did have a propensity for getting things done, though. I have to give her that. Anyway, after a few months, other people started showing up. Squatters, homeless people, Shadowrunners, and assorted crazies. As long as they stayed cool with us, we were cool to them. Eventually, it became a community. Imagine that. Think you wound up squatting on this bolt hole because of your time on the sinking ship? I don't know, maybe. Never really thought about it before, but yeah, maybe. The corner of her mouth curls upward. I guess that I'm a water rat now. There we go. Any thoughts about that last run? It always surprises me how much corporations will pay to screw up a competitor's feng shui. Oh, they'll even take each other over to court over architecture that blocks chi. It has real impact, though. A little shift here and there might not seem like much, but even fractions of a penny lost in their stock value is millions. Gabat shrugs, pursing her lips. I could see us change the flow of chi in that building, but I still have no idea how to make it work for me. You need a real specialist for that, like a Taoist priest or something. Based on what I could see, though, I think Wu Jing's fortunes will wane, at least for the time being. They'll fix what we broke, eventually, but until then, there may be a rash of stubbed toes. So, what else did you want to chat about? Is it too late to change the name of the boat? Right, so, Seattle. Everyone's gotten pretty attached to it. We all like the boat hole just fine as she is. Alright, just checking. Besides, I've already painted her name on the side of the hull. Alright, we should probably take up another job, get some actual action going. Hey, Seattle, I'm sorry that this last lesson wound up getting a little unfocused at the end. Not really sure what came over me. Happens to the best of us. Well, I still feel bad about it, so look, I'll make you a deal. Your next lesson will definitely be on point, and I'll tell you what it's about up front. No more question and answer sessions. How does that sound? Well, fine by me. Next time. I like Gobbet and Isabel. They're really cool. A rat totem, huh? I wonder what kind of other totems exist. Is it like every single animal is capable of being a totem? Actually, I'm gonna look that up real quick. If I go here, Shadowrun totems. Okay, there's actually quite a few of them. Totems, aka mentor spirits, under the unified theory of magic, are a way of seeing the use of magic that guide and affect the ability of a magician who follows them. First ones to emerge were animals that guided early shamans. Nature totems are more often associated with druids, but are also followed by shamans. Less well known are the idols, which are more akin to the various gods from polytheistic religions. Loa, the guiding concepts behind voodoo, and paths, followed by the elves of Tirn and Og. Under the unified theory of magic, those that follow mentor spirits have become more diverse as shamans. Have learned to practice magic without necessarily acquiring such a guide, and hermetics have learned how to follow them if desired. Oh god, that's a lot of them. And not just random regular animals either. There's things like dragons, Fenrir, dragons, griffins, leviathan, Pegasus, phoenix, unicorn. There's the Grey Mother, the Horned Man or slash God, the Lover, the Sea King. God damn, that's a lot. Hello, Holy Spoke. Sorry I missed that. I was looking up totems in Shadowrun. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. Nothing much has happened except for a little bit more information on the plastic-faced man. Alright, let's go deal with the Ares facility. Since that one is actually time-based, from my understanding. We already got a Decker. Me. I think I just passed, ooh, yeah, those are the worst. I usually take some acetaminophen whenever that happens. Those are the absolute worst. Alright, got a trauma kit, that's what we need. Let's go for it. Wait, no, I got money. We should probably buy a new drone, actually, really quickly. A new drone just to make sure that we got the latest in tech. Hello, Hast! Welcome. I think Bannock wants you to talk to him about selling a date for the Vintage Story server. Maybe. I'm currently in the middle of streaming, but I'll have to talk with him. And how are you doing, Hast3110? Glad to have you. Welcome, welcome. And I'm an axolotl VTuber. I'm also just hanging out and chat about whatever. We're playing Shadowrun Hong Kong. We did play the Shadowrun Returns before this, so we have a little bit of background on some of the things. Thankfully, it doesn't really... You don't need to play or know anything about Returns in order to get the story of this game. A hover drone loiters in front of Matthew. A stream of profanity is spewing from its scratchy speakers. People nearby are looking away, ignoring the awkward situation. Just got back from an IRL Shadowrun game. Went pretty well. Oh, really? If you want to talk about it, by all means. I've never actually played Shadowrun itself, but I am really enjoying the games. And thank you so much for the follow. Always glad to have a new person to hang out with. Matthew Cigarillo is dead, drenched by rain. He stands with his signature nonchalance, but the edges of his face are twitching. His eyes are wide with fear. You can listen in. We've already got the gist. Matthew's being chewed out. The drone's speakers finish with a shriek of feedback and clack back into its hull. The drone soars up into the sky and races off upriver. Matthew shakes himself off. His cheery demeanor surges back with striking resilience. He turns towards you, a little wild-eyed, but otherwise restored to his usual self. Hey, Crunchy! I hardly saw you there! Come on in, don't be a stranger, beautiful. Who are you talking to through the hover drone? One of my suppliers, Kyung Ha. Really good businessman, sharp guy. Sees opportunity where most of us see only broken parts. Funny guy. Makes me laugh my ass off. You sound happy? No, that's just... Kyung Ha, he's like a paper tiger, you know? Matthew sways back and forth on his feet, languid and jittery at the same time. He's a big joker, always shouting, but I think he's a real softy at heart. Real big heart for the little people. Keeps me well stocked. What's your business arrangement? I sell on commission. Gotta keep these bots moving. They don't earn their keep sitting out on the barge. You don't own most of these drones? Matthew's brows arc up in surprise. Of course not. How could I afford them? I'm so lucky to have a guy like Kyung Ha as a partner. Only problem is he's got me laughing in stitches so much it sometimes distracts me from sales. A dwarven rigger been kitting out a BMW stern wagon, basically a SWAT car. Heavily armored and has a little tray on top. I liberated a crime cannon from a crashed car. I totally had no hand in ramming off the road. I see. I know the very basics of Shadowrun. I know basically... I know what I've looked up from this game. So like I know about ghouls and vampires and those sorts of things. I know about essence. And I know about the basics of like drones and rigging. The very basics. Must admit, never played this game, but I have heard quite a bit of it. Young has a funny guy, you say? Yeah, I was laughing my ass off over there. Matthew gives you a long, awkward smile. The seconds stretch out. He blinks uncomfortably. When he speaks, his words sound stilted, like he's repeating a mantra. He's a funny guy. Matthew adjusts his suit lapels with mechanical gusto. Whew! What a pep talk of that, Kyung Ha. I feel like I could take on the world right now. Poor Matthew. He's reliable, but... Let's grab a sundowner. Something with a little bit of, medical first aid and support abilities. Alright, swap out our, Doberman. Because, you know, Doberman's nice, but... there's only so much we can do about it with it, right? There we go. And we've recycled our old one. If you add all the modifications together, the car is now worth close to 250,000 Nuyen. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of Nuyen. Oh, we didn't even get that much in freaking Shadowrun Returns, did we? God damn, that is a hell of a payout. Did you just like slowly accrue that over time, or was there like one lump sum that you just got and decided, screw it, we're throwing together a car? Alright, let's go to the Ares facility. Gaichu, Duncan, and Gobbet. We've already got a Decker on hand, so we're fine there.
Take care of children and the elderly.
Can we swap out the guns? Alright. I would like to give her the... I also bought myself a whole heap of Lone Star home security drones. Basically the only home defense drone to carry an actual gun, basically. Those stratos are pretty nice. I used one in the Returns game quite a bit. Central Hong Kong spills out along Victoria Harbor, all glittering chrome and neon flashed against the night's darkness. The skyscrapers are a jagged nest of mirror knives thrust into the sky, rending the clouds as they ascend into the heavens. The Ares Asia Holdings complex squats menacingly over Chater Road? A steel of concrete tumor intertwined with nearby buildings in a web of sky bridges and shared parking structures. You make your way inside and ascend to the fifth floor, a public foyer that connects to the restricted areas of the complex. As the elevator opens, you arrive in cold, dimly lit reception area. Beyond it, your quarry awaits. I can give Gobbet this gun. All 8 of them are now slave to my RCC, so I have 8 small cowboys with a heavy pistol, loaded with explosive ammo ready to fire on anyone not wearing a special bracelet. Oof. That sounds pretty brutal, I gotta admit. And Duncan can use that. Wait, really? Where's my... I guess we're still using the dope? Oh, I know what happened. No, for God's sakes, I'm an idiot. I bought the drone, and then I accidentally sold it thinking it was the Doberman. Place reminds me of the military complex in DS2. Eh, fair enough. God damn it. Well, you know, that is how it is. Exiting the Ares Asia Holdings elevator on the 5th floor of the skyscraper complex, the antiseptic odor of the megacorporation's offices assails your nostrils. The immaculately detailed interior speaks volumes of the wealth and control the North American industrial giant has come to wield over the free enterprise zone. Most of the cash is from the character creation. I chose the cash as the highest priority, so I had 450k Nuyen to buy all my gear and stuff. Ah, I see. Duncan taps the side of his goggles, evidently reading something projected on their surface. Based on what I could dig up, we're looking for something in the middle levels of this facility. Too far up and it's all residential. Down here, it's shopping and entertainment. Everything we're looking for will be near the main lab. I'm betting we can use a public terminal to find out what floor of the lab we're looking for is on. You could probably plant the altered visitor record data at the same terminal too. Welcome to Ares Asia Holdings, a division of Ares Macro Technology. How may I assist you today? At the sight of Gaichu, the receptionist recoils visibly and his face goes ashen. Dear God, is that a ghoul with you? He's just ill, that's all. Receptionist's panic seems to have dulled his response time, though he begins reaching for the panic button on his desk. He's just a shut-in. I told him he needs to get more sun. God damn it! In the moments before the security descends upon you, Gaichu fixes you with his sightless gaze. Tell me, did you seriously expect that to work? Yes, actually. I like Gaichu, okay? He's rad. Gaichu is amazing. Well, I mean, this job's gone interesting, let's say. Alright, let's take some cover. They're gonna be approaching at us from this side, probably, and this side. We should be able to take it pretty easily. I don't know what's so wrong about Gaichu. He's just a ghoul. It's not like he's inherently evil. I mean, yes, he eats metahuman flesh as a necessity, but come on, he's not that evil. Can't punch the snitch, I know, right? It's a crying shame. Yeah, they're gonna come from here. Overwatch it. And you can overwatch this point. Just so he has something to do. There we go. It's a real shame we can't just deck him, you know? There we go. Bleeding and incendiary. God damn. Yeah, goodbye, buddy. Former weapons designer from Sater Krupp. He's set up with the trust fund to basically keep him in a holding pattern until they need him again. So he has set up his own garage and stuff. One unintended consequence of how I made him. He's now self-sufficient after paying for upkeep and stuff. He gets 2,000 Nuyen every month as profit. So I give him the negative quality of having a job. I see. Knight Errant Guard. I'll put him down. We should probably put our boy in Heaven stance. Get that good defense. Get behind the counters. That'll give us some defenses. You, Doberman, are going to be my personal guard. Brr. Who the hell is that? Huh. Missed, huh? Okay. Huh. I don't know why it's specifically metahuman. I guess the idea is that it's got some, like, magic built into it. Or something like that. Doberman, do your thing. Nice shooting, Doberman. I appreciate it. It tried its best. There we go, that's the damage we're after. Huge, big damage. At the very least, we can punch through this, even though this would be a horrible idea in any sort of practical sense. Oh great, a shaman. Just what we needed. Get behind cover again, that's not going to lead us to anything important. Gaichu, go body this Knight Errant. You know what to do. There we go. Can we spit on him? What's the range on the spit? Not great, apparently. Active defense. Hopefully that helps. Let's take a shot at this guy. Because we can. There we go. That'll do it. I need to give Duncan haste so that he gets as much actions as possible since he's our main bruiser. There we go. Did damage to her own, huh? Can't say I'm against that. I had to use one of my cowboys to defuse a car atomic garage, some smucks from Ares. I'm working on buying a huge plot of land in the area my shop is in, but since I'm basically the only person that has an actual sin, got that limited corporate sin, they can't really just pump me off to the side, as the dragon would have my back. Cedar Crop and Ares have some small local fights, so at the moment the top brass are throwing around lawyers. Oof. I see. Yeah, let's make sure this guy dies. I don't want him getting around, you know. There we go. And we can beat this guy up. Easy peasy. 22 damage. Easy peasy. There's no cover here, is there? Alright, well, we'll take this position and take this guy out, because we can. Why has the music changed? I'm concerned. I'm concerned for my well-being. The music has changed. That's a problem. Yeah, he's only got one target, so that's it. Seriously though, why has music changed? Great concern. Get behind cover. So I'm not as much shattering to keep food on the table as those areas. Oh, I see. Yeah, fair enough. Revenge is a perfectly reasonable reason to do things. Alright, let's jack in. See what we can do. This is a public matrix terminal for guests and visitors. Its primary functions appear to be directory news services, as well as basic email. This is also a perfect terminal for you to upload the faked visitor records. Welcome to Ares Asia Holdings. Please note, all activity on public terminals is logged and recorded for security purposes. Search for Dr. Hardingham. Floor 27. Dr. Hardingham has transferred to the Hong Kong offices of Ares Asia Holdings from his previous post in London, with Ares Europe. Dr. Hardingham holds advanced degrees in weapons design, mechanical engineering, and holds several patents in the field of artificial intelligence research. As joint chair of the Ares Asia Drone Research Laboratories, Dr. Hardingham's duties are primarily related to the research and development of new artificial intelligence solutions that will help keep Ares macrotechnology competitive in this rapidly changing world. While the specific work of the Drone Research Laboratories is classified, previous efforts have been centered around self-repairing machinery, robotic game theory, and collective machine learning. Dr. Taylor. Drone Automation Division. Dr. Taylor has transferred... Oh, wait, that's the... Right. No, wait, Dr. Taylor was somebody else. Dr. Taylor's research primarily focuses on drone weapons technology, although previous work has centered on cryogenics technology and the impact of the Matrix on social structures and human development. Dr. Taylor is a joint chair of the Ares Asia Drone Research Laboratories with Dr. Ian Hardingham. Current projects include expansion of the Hangzhou Bay tidal power system, a proposal to expand the Hong Kong MTR maintenance program, and further research into machine learning. There we go. Yeah, I've always wanted to try out Shadowrun. If for no other reason than it looks really freaking cool. And I absolutely love the style of it. Pretty much what my guy was, except he designed cannons that you put on satellites. Ah yes, the classic ion cannon to set up. Go forth, my boy. You can do it, Doberman. What the hell is this? A power conduit. The power conduit is labeled elevator control and power. A series of tangled cables and wires weave in and out of the junction box as if it's been patched and repaired many, many times. A note is taped to the side of the box. For God's sake, don't touch anything in here without contacting me first. This box is the most temperamental piece of crap I've ever worked with. If anything gets unplugged, this elevator system will go down and take the security card readers with it. Why do we spend all that million on improving security if everyone has to take the stairs? I could fairly easily rip out some of these cables, rendering the elevator employee ID cards inoperable until repaired. There's several of the elevator power and control cables, and a number of the diagnostic lights begin flashing red. Looks like you're going to be taking the stairs for the time being. And more importantly, so is security. Good for cardio, exactly. You know, they gotta work off all those donuts they had. You gotta get those steps in, you know. Oops, there goes the elevator. I do love the style of Shadowrun. The fact that it's magic mixed with something like cyberpunk aesthetic is really fun to me. Not ion, full on tungsten rod. I would be. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, the Rod of God. Basically, it's a satellite system that has massive tungsten rods. Yeah, I know exactly what we're referring to, but with the added benefit of no nuclear radiation, relying solely on kinetic energy. Yeah, basically how it works is these satellites basically sit up there and just wait. When they get a signal, all they do is let go of a tungsten rod. This rod is designed to be aerodynamic as hell, and it steadily slides, well not slides, passes on down towards Earth, quickly gaining speed. Especially because it's usually in like high Earth orbit, somewhere like that, where there's not a lot of drag, so it can pick up speed beyond terminal velocity. Eventually it hits the you know, atmosphere, and because it's aerodynamic, it doesn't lose nearly as much speed from drag as you would expect. And when it actually hits the ground, it is indeed like a nuclear bomb. Like a tactical nuke. But yeah, it has no radiation. You just got this lump of tungsten at the bottom from the rod. Huh. Can I level up my decking? No, I need to upgrade my decking a bit more, apparently. Okay. Yeah, I need to boost my decking. Quite a bit, actually. Browse the information in Ares Asia. The content of this page consists primarily of marketing jargon, smiling corporate citizens, and a lot of information about the relatively recent incorporation of Ares Asia Holdings. Fortunately, there's very little of value here unless you have an interest in stock photographs and corporate jingoism. Damn it, we could have got some pay data. Well, shoot. Have you heard of the lazy dog bombs? No. I have not. Frickin' boardrooms. Oh, IT, cool. I have heard that some IT techs have really cushy jobs just because nothing really happens to them. And then they suddenly hit the hard spots. Yeah. What do we got here? Gain access to the main lab. Get to floor 27. Is there a way to sneak in? These guys are all looking this way. Laser laboratory shutter controls. Shutters must be closed during energy emittance testing. Failure to close shutters is grounds for immediate disciplinary termination. There's a small note attached to the panel. The shutter controls are currently also closing the security room shutters. I've talked to maintenance on it, but they haven't had a chance to fix it yet, so bear in mind, when you close the shutters for laser testing, security cannot respond as the side door auto-locks. Make sure nobody goes in or out of the main lab while the shutters are down. Man, it'd be a real shame if, someone closed those shutters. Uh-oh. Oh. Ow, okay, there's more guys over here. No, lovely. We're in a bit of a pickle. Yeah, here we go. That, but small scale. During the Vietnam War, to smooth the hippies back at home, they developed some special drop bombs. Basically a shaped piece of steel, someone dropped, they simply fall down and hit the... Yeah. It's pretty intense. Let's, get into the main frame, shall we? The server cluster handles local records and systems for floor 27. Undoubtedly, the building-wide systems back up this data, but anything occurring here will be fed to the larger Ares Asia servers. This makes it a perfect place to upload the worm and fake camera footage. A few moments later, the chip flashes a green light indicating the camera records for floor 27 will now show footage of the Golden Fong meeting with Dr. Taylor and Hardingham. Alright, Gaichu. I need to go body some nerds. Heaven stance. Go wild. Take some cover. Actually, no, we'll, take Gobbet. Okay, Gobbet can't haste. Not at the moment. Next turn, then. Knight Errant has light cover, but hey, we can bleed him. And burn him, so there's that. Oof. Killing Hands. Oh, we got an Adept. Uh-oh. We got a few Adepts. Ah, crud. Back into the Matrix. Let's do our thing. We are the Decker. Gaichu. Plug him up. What the hell? Why is this guy so tough? There we go, that's some damage. I'll prevent him from doing much. Gobbet. I need you to haste up Duncan so he can respond quicker. Duncan Donut, I need to go full auto. I'll put that guy down. I need you to go support Gaichu. Grandpa that was a journalist. I'm Norwegian. Okay. And he was following a U.S. patrol. They entered an area where they had dropped loads of lazy dogs, so he just picked up like 20 of them and brought them back with him. Huh. So all of us grandkids got one on our 13th birthday. I have mine displayed on the wall. I see. That sounds like a hell of a gas valve control. A hell of a souvenir. That's the word I was looking for. How do I want to access this? Okay, now. We go now. Locker, I see. Now, I'm gonna go a little quiet just to focus on this. This is gonna take a second. Here we go. There we go, that's the first one. Okay. That's another one. It's encased in epoxy. Ah. There we go. Mm-hmm. There we go. Done! We're in. Ugh. Our day's work. What's this do? Appears to be a one-way off switch for a gas system. Okay, so we got it popped open. That's the important part. What do we got here? Go for it. Damn it, okay. We got some trace on us. Get the hell out of here. Alert lockout engaged. Oh, lovely. Just what we needed. Now Watcher IP or IC is gonna come for us, isn't it? Looking forward to catch some future streams. Gotta bounce. It's soon 1:30 here. Fair enough. Thank you so much for stopping by. I always appreciate new visitors. I hope you join us sometime in the future. I'm gonna be running Shadowrun tomorrow as well, so if you want to hang out for that, by all means, I would love to have you. But yeah, that does sound like a really rad souvenir to bring from a war zone. God damn. Be well indeed. Yeah, take out this guy, because he's a problem. And you, this guy's out in the open. And you're hasted. You got an easy line of fire here. There we go, some damage. How much health does this dude have? Seriously. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's a lot of damage. Actually, do I have 3? Okay, so if we break that thing. Alright, my repetition when... What do you say about talking to Banrick again? I was running Vince's story in the background. No worries. I'll have to talk with him. He did say he was gonna, DM me, after his stream. So I'll probably have to talk with him then. But, yeah, it should be interesting. I'm not sure what the hell, he wants to do with that, but hey, whatever. Alright, let's see what we got. Yeah. Nothing too major. We haven't figured anything out yet. Alright, let's pop open this thing. I'm gonna go a little quiet just to focus on this. Okay. Mm-hmm. Damn it. Hey, one more. Alright. There we go. When I left for home, he basically left all his clothes and stuff, so while he had 4 suitcases entering Nam, he left 4 suitcases full of guns, non-explosive bombs, knives, and metals. Jesus Christ. That's impressive. As well as a full U.S. Army uniform. He got issued as the Viet Cong killed any Western on site, and quite a lot of other weird random war memorabilia. No kidding. That is impressive. Gotta admit. Not sure what the hell this gas valve is for, but... So if we go this way now, I'll buy us some time. Get across and over to here. Is that another gas valve? I get the feeling it's another gas valve. We can also pass through to here. Oh god, what is this? Okay, so we got 2 portals and a bunch of water ICs. He was able to really close to be able to get a whole jeep sent with him in a crate. Jesus Christ, imagine the smell, no kidding. That was a hell of a loot box, gotta admit. Oop, nope, early. Oh god, yeah, that would be a hell of a smell. Okay, well, there we go. And summon a bruiser just to get rid of it. Because this will give us a little extra IP damage on it. Enough to hopefully break it. Crud. Gaichu, go for it. The ship that carried the jeep got delayed by a bomb in the harbor. So it was non-loaded before we managed to get it sent with him. Jesus Christ. They really wanted to get on the good side of the journalist, huh? The hell out of here. Okay, that was close. Guess we got 3 paths we can take. Lovely. Oh, great, more trace. These things. Alright, Bruiser, you know what to do. Break him. Killjoy. Reduces this by 2 AP. Minus 4 AP. Okay, that's not doing anything. A white melee IC, eh? Erodes the integrity of the IC. Yeah, that's gonna deal with that. Some water ICs. Not only that, but he had been a supply sergeant during World War II, so he knew how to work the supply guys. A little bit of mislabeling here, some favors there, some scrounging there. That's some pretty clever moves on his part. Goddamn impressive is what that is. What the hell is that thing? Ah, god damn it. We need to break that IC. I'm not doing great at dodging these things. Nicely done, Bruiser. I appreciate it. I have no idea what happens if my trace gets up to maximum. I really don't. All I know is that it's bad. There we go. Watch her down. Next target? This one. Oh god, there's 2 of them. This is getting out of hand. There's 2 of them now. Is that a white ranger I see? Ranged I see, I see. I thought it said a ranger. And Killjoy that one. Okay, no Killjoy. Sadly, but hey, whatever. I'm in a bit of a problem spot. I need to get out of here. Over here. Secure data store. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Get over here. And killjoy the arranged IC. Or not. That's fine too, I guess. And that watcher is a problem. I don't want to get hit by it. Erode it just to make sure. I'll break it down pretty easily. Hopefully. My bruiser program is doing jack. Alright, let's pop this one. I'm gonna focus again. Hold on. Okay. There we go. Miss input. Okay. Okay. 524599. Okay, last one. Okay. Mm-hmm. There we go. One Volan Jeep on its way to Norway. Secure data store. Ares research files. That's all we needed here. Alright. Managed to get with him a car 15, which we still have in great shape. That's goddamn. Another ground find he brought with him was the manual for a shot down MiG-17. God damn. That is a lot of treasure. It is impressive what militaries will just leave. Alright, we go for it. Alright, we're across. That's all we need to do. Oh god, more ICs. We need to finish this problem as soon as possible. Because we're getting close to triggering things. I doubt it's good when this response gets to maximum. That's one dealt with. There we go, that'll prevent it from doing anything. That'll do some damage. God damn, from downtown. Elevator override control, that's irrelevant. Yeah, the crate lighter. I see. That's a hell of a nickname. Gotta admit. Missed. That one's gonna get a shot off now, unfortunately, but whatever, it is what it is. Yep, there's the alarm. Experimental self-learning AI starts cracking cheesy knock-knock jokes. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, that's gone red. Uh-oh. That's a problem. Okay, what the hell is that? We're probably gonna get to experience dump shock, aren't we? Okay, now the blocker ICs are firing too. Dr. Taylor's. At least we already shut the shutters, so they can't do anything about that. Let's see what we can do here. We need to expand out, like fan out and figure out what's going on here. Gaba, you can explore the area around here. Problem. Security decker. A destroyer, I see. Okay then, we're having a full-on fight in here. Black ranged, I see. Not exactly tough, but still dangerous. Eroded. Eee, he's actually got some threats here. So the idea is that the black ICs have a lot less health, I think. Come on, yeah, there we go. Crit Fisher. Wow, destroying its own IC. How rude. It's doing its best to help him. I really don't know how to salvage this problem. Still alive, he turned 101 last month, still sharp as a scalpel and strong as an ox. Oh, I don't doubt it. How about you, Gaba? You got anything good here? Lab computer? Aut VM Invenium Aut Facium. What the hell does that mean? Aut VM Invenium Aut Facium. I shall either find a way or make one. Okay then. This place stinks. Yeah, it's not great. Auto repair project. All information contained herein is considered secret/Orcon. Duplication of files is forbidden. Authorized eyes only. Select file. Ares Asia Holdings Laboratory Record System. Security, safety, progress. Enter query. Desert Wars field testing. Congratulations, everyone! Ares Europe's given us the go-ahead on entering the Griffin drone prototypes into this season of Desert Wars. Between the auto repair circuitry, the MP laser prototypes, and the self-organizing threat assessment programs, I think we got a great chance at being one of the standout stars this season. Obviously, we have a lot of work to do between now and the kickoff event, so I'm expecting plenty of crunch time. I know each and every one of you wants this as much as I do. It's hard for me to express how proud I am of this team and all the hard work that you've put in over the past year. If we can pull this off, we're positioned to be one of the biggest teams in security drone hardware in the past 10 years. If we buckle down and put in the hours required, I know we can do it. Glenn Livett, my office, come get some. Self-organization, subroutine bugs. Hey Ian, I've been encountering a worrying bug in the latest multi-drone mesh network tests. After checking on it, I'm pretty sure it originates in the self-organization subroutines. When the Griffin drones go into self-diagnostic mode and start sharing the telemetry data after field activity, they stop responding to external commands. Even kicking the debugger over to admin mode would stop them. Looks like they're not responding to outside commands because they're identifying activity orders as non-critical in comparison to their attempts to share and learn from each other's telemetry. It's downright spooky. They tried to push me out of the room during one of the tests because one started firing the on-share cleanup base camp function. And the rest picked up on it. They identified me as an object to be removed from the secure space, and the worst part is that the trigger condition was me trying to shut down the mesh network. Oh, so it's Skynet. No, Ian. I don't like the idea of drones making value judgments about administrator orders. I like to strip out the self-organization code for future tests until I can debug it. I understand we're trying to play catch-up with Renraku on the pseudo-intelligence front, but the fallout of this bug spreads can be pretty catastrophic. Just a heads up for the team, hold on further self-organization tests until I get the all-clear from me, Taylor, or Jan. There's a bug where the drone network refuses external orders when they're pursuing their self-generated directives, data sharing, learning, battle examination, etc. It's nothing critical, but it's going to make debugging other systems a pain in the ass until we get it sorted out. General tests are still a go. Maybe some messages. Olympics cancelled! Oh no! Was it because of plague? Can't stinking believe it, Jung. After spending all that time and money tracking down tickets to the 2016 Neo-Tokyo Olympics, the OIC has cancelled them entirely. Some crap about not having enough participants. I guess a ton of countries pull out in protest over Japan's treatment of metahumans and the way they've handled their holdings in California. There's an old joke about the only Latin I know, CV Pacem, Parabellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. The Luger company had some commercial posters made that said, CV Pacem Parabellum. Basically, if you want peace, get some 9x19 millimeter. Jesus Christ. Get some 9x19 millimeter Parabellum. I mean, yeah, I'm all for equality, but the Olympics? That's about brotherly love, the spirit of cooperation, and the unity of mankind. Can't imagine anyone using them for such transparently political purposes. It breaks my heart. Damn it, Dr. Ishiguro, you bastard. Of course, this game has this sort of thing in there, too. Oh, hey, there's a Doberman. Can you put those reports on my desks? Zia, I was hoping to take a look at your power output test data sometime soon. I'm going to be in and out of the office all day, so just let yourself in and put them on the desk. 98144. Well, now it really is bedtime, so you're on. Well, thank you very much for stopping by. Have a good night, and I hope you sleep well, Hast. Nine, 8, 1, 4, 4. There we go, we're in. There's a barely audible click and the door unlocks. Always nice to have new people to hang out with, you know? User Dr. Taylor P. Aries Asia Holdings wishes you a productive day. Planet financial data. Data is uploaded, good. Project records. Red line, prototype directory active. Authorized users only. Remember, security is everyone's business. Security briefing. Attention, Aries Asia Holdings employees and residents. Last week, Knight Errant officers responsible for the security of the facility received several reports of suspicious activity in the public area of the building. At 13:31 last Tuesday, security footage shows a troll approximately 20 to 28 years of age entering the public mezzanine areas of the building. The subject was attempting to gain access to restricted areas. This subject exited the facility before Knight Errant could intercept and question him. Reports from Aries citizenry indicates the subject was asking about research labs working on directed energy weapons. Several hours later, the subject was seen re-entering the building from a side entrance wearing a custodial uniform. Knight Errant guards attempted to detain the subject, but during their arrest, both guards were severely injured. Any employee or resident should contact security immediately if they see this troll. Do not attempt to detain him or interact with him in any way. The subject is considered highly dangerous. We pulled that trick last time. Go as a custodian. There's a note attached from Knight Errant Security. Dr. Taylor, it's come to our attention that you have not been treating this threat with the seriousness we believe it deserves. Please remember that the safety of your concern, every person, and your research is not solely your concern. A strike against you is a strike against all of Ares microtechnology. When engaging in off-site entertainment from now on, we would request that you travel with the group. Thank you. Security briefing. Attention, Ares Asia Holdings employees... oh, wait, that's the exact same thing. Does this floor basically lack any cameras? It seems that way. I don't see any. I know that we did cut off the elevator power, so we got a while. Oh, they'd absolutely see you planning it. I've had to change the emitter and focusing array in our latest MP IV redline prototype. Prior to this, we were using the same emitter array as the MP Laser 3, since it's a proven design. Unfortunately, that array is too large to continue using at this point, and there's legacy software that we need to update. The largest problem is that the outer lens is 3mm too large for our new housing. In light of that, I commissioned 20 new focusing arrays. They've been manufactured in Detroit, but should arrive next week at the latest. The fabrication technique is the same type that we acquired from Zeiss last year, which should give us superior beam coherence even in high dust and fog situations. I've been going back through the files from Ares Arms research on the original MP laser. A lot of the work was done by one Dr. Elliot Mills Fargo. Unfortunately, Mills Fargo is dead. From what I can gather, his son killed him during a drunken argument. What's curious is that most of the research files have been heavily redacted. It's all very curious. It's almost as if Ares Arms doesn't want anyone to know anything about the initial research. It's very curious, given that we were all supposed to be working towards the same thing, aren't we? From what I can gather, Mills Fargo had a radically different design philosophy than Hardingham and I. Most of Mills Fargo's notes indicate he was primarily interested in purely vector soliton fiber lasers, rather known dye-doped matrix technology. From what I understand, that's also the basis for Winter Systems' own attempts at a man-portable laser solution. I can't find any evidence of how they would have developed that technology without access to Mills Fargo's work. No. Curious. Email. You killjoy. Arningham, I cannot believe you! Did you tattle on me tonight, Aaron, saying I'd blown off the security brief and ran to go drink alone? Psh, I'm a senior researcher, not a bloody prisoner. If I decide to go have a drink on my own, that's my business. Besides, Central and Admiralty are both crawling with police in any hour. They're AAA secure, for God's sake. Pub time! Listen, H, I really do hear what you're saying about security. I promise I'm not taking it lightly. I was thinking we could hit the pawn after the meeting tomorrow. I got 8 or so takers from the lab. Tonight, Aaron promised to loan us a few low-profile bodyguards to make sure nothing goes awry. How's that sound to you? Free door code. They changed the door code while you were out on vacation. The chips got a little fried when someone forgot to close the shutters in the laser lab when they were testing one of the new emitters. It's 23847. Project 2231. H. Ugh. One of the researchers downstairs hit me up in a meeting about supporting something called Project 2231. It's headquartered in Algonquin, Manitou Council. Oh, so that'll be up in where Canada was. Some godforsaken black site called Complex 68G. I guess that has something to do with the debacle in Chicago, researching clearing up the CE0 whatever or whatnot. I thought it'd be nice if we could give them a hand. Just lend them a prototype of the specs. Let them test the laser out there. There we go. We now have Hardingham's door code. Go forth, Duncan. Unlock it. Nope, that's not it. Gonna have to look it up again. There's more guards? Did it get bugged again? I think it might have gotten bugged again. Oh, god damn it. Oh, no, there it is. We just couldn't see anything they were doing. Repair our own IP, so we are not going to get jacked out immediately. Get rid of that one. Heavy cover. Delete this white ranged IC. Ooh, 113, that's not great. What the hell is he doing? Yeah, we're gonna get kicked out soon. Most we can do is remove most of the problem entities around here. Get behind cover. Oh, hi! Well, we can toss you out, I think. Or not, never mind. Get over here. They'll leave me open to the door and the white one, but you know we're out. Eee, that looks like it hurt. Let's get out there and try to deal with the dump there. Oh wait, no, I need the code. The hell is the code? 23847. Okay. We can pop that open. 847. Fairly audible click and the door opens. Hardingham's computer. Project records, redline prototype directory active, authorized users only. Power output. Preliminary reports aren't good. We can miniaturize the aperture in the emission array from the MP Laser 3. It's definitely possible to get down to a handheld size, but that's never been a problem. Energy density is the concern. Our batteries just aren't up to snuff if we shrink them down to pistol size. Without the MP Laser 3's battery pack, we'd be lucky if we ever find a way to break 6 or 7 shots. It's a terrible problem, and one of the boys over in material science has been dragging their feet on. I've been checking into using some of the new dual-phase batteries, but the cost seems prohibitive. I've made a note to Dr. Hui asking if we could get some help from Ares Arms Europe. The Fire Alliance research team's made a great deal of headway using staged graphene capacitors. Maybe there's something we could learn from them. Security briefing? Last week, yeah, the troll. Okay. Whew. Dr. Hardingham, it is our belief that the troll we record is interested in the research you and Dr. Taylor are undertaking. As such, we will be providing extra security for your offsite team building exercise. Please be extremely careful when not within the facility. Your research and person are under threat at the moment. Drone integration. Things proceed apace. Assuming a standard medium drone like the Inquisitor or Rover 9230 models, the drone provides sufficient power to enable a prototype effectively unlimited bursts. There is a 30-second charge time if the capacitors are drained rapidly. The small size of the emitter lens also means that the prototype can be mounted modularly or internally as the platform dictates. For smaller drone sizes, the output is more restricted but still valuable. Charge times increase to between 2 and 5 minutes, assuming standard battery power. This does, unfortunately, reduce the drone's loiter time. Each shot reduces the loiter time by approximately 2.5 minutes. More than enough for a sustained engagement, but something we'll want to keep an eye on. I believe we can increase efficiency in these cases by including a supercooling medium, liquid nitrogen or the like, to reduce the heat pump's draw from the power systems. Maybe something like we worked out for the Sentinel P series berths. Okay, what about email? Cheating bastard, leaking vent. Listen, I don't know how you managed to beat me in that last game, but I know you're cheating. All the data checks out, but I can't believe your aim's suddenly gotten so much better than mine. I find out what hack you cooked up, you're going to owe me 15 million. That our characters are going to be wearing bright green lime costumes from now on. Leaking vent. Vent 3 blocker IC code. Dr. Taylor, we appreciate your concern about the threat neutralization system leaking from your office air vent. Your safety and the safety of the lab are our topmost priorities. If we can get the maintenance to inspect the valve, you can access the security control for Vent 3 via the Matrix. The blocker IC cord is Vortex Freeze. Okay. Should any further leaks occur, please contact us again. Security Director Deng. Uh-oh, here they come. Gobbet's in trouble. We need to get, secured. Ow. We have been severely injured, but, wounded 20. Jesus Christ. Get over here. Plant the heal on us so that we're not gonna die of getting dump shock or whatever it's called. Let's get back into it. We need to tap into everything here. We need everything. Gaichu, get over here. Duncan, get over here. Back into the net. Yeah, we're already known to be here. Oh, hi. How are you? Okay, then we got a security decker here. Let's dump down a brawler so that they can do some damage. Hopefully a lot of damage, too. Man, no killjoy? Alright, well, that's fine. Let's deal with this guy quick. That's the better. Oof. God damn it. Cheeky bugger. Aren't ya? Yeah, let's see how you like it. No killjoy, huh? Let's get behind some more cover. There's no more watchers around, so there's that. And they really like their explosions, don't they? Hey, that ain't good. Oh, they are ready for us. Okay, that ain't good. I'm sorry, what the hell is that? Let's break this guy. Let's dump him out. Yeah, there we go. See how he likes it, shall we? inspect gas valve 1. Alright, we're gonna prepare for the next step into the Matrix. It's gonna take some work, but we can do it. Heal ourselves. Step through. Alright, where's the Decker here? There's gonna be one. I don't see them anywhere, though. Which is interesting. Why not? Hello there! It's Gaichu time. And you get in here as well. We were to... I'm going ghost, locked and loaded. Oh no. No, I mean we can bop them, but that's about it. Not a whole lot we can do about that, unfortunately. Hopefully we don't get bodied while we're in the Matrix, you know? Ooh. That looked painful, Gaichu. At least that dude's bleeding out. Ah, crap. My drone! How dare he? Okay, so that was elevator bypass. Not a huge deal, but we can go over this way. And that allows us to see what the hell's up here. Sadly, our bruiser program just can't keep up. He's trying his best. Where the hell am I? Oh, I'm over here. Okay. Where am I going? I guess I can futz with the elevator controls or something, but... And that's about all I can do. Yeah, that's what I thought. The blocker I see is unhappy with us, as well as this I see up here. Heaven stance. Go forth and assist our boy. Duncan, I need you to go full auto on some fool. You. Don't conserve ammo. Other news, my parents, for some reason, really wanted to head out for dinner at a local sports bar. I see. Is it a good sports bar? Summon forth a spirit so that it can help us. A primeval. Mana arc those. Pinball wizard. It's a good sports bar. The food looks pretty solid. That's good, at least. Always good to have a good sports bar, right? Free food is free food. You're not wrong. That's a good way of looking at it. Summon our bruiser so that it can cause some damage. That thing's in the open, so let's get that impact in there now. Get behind cover. So we got a good look at it. Yeah, there we go. There's the thing. Yeah, that's what I thought you were gonna do. Oh, there's another blocker I see. Cool. Just what we needed. The system response is pretty unhappy, honestly. In the open. No kidding. Not sure how the hell you miss a wall, but okay. There we go. Elevator override. That should prevent them from causing too much trouble for our boys. Let's get over here. So we can take over this node, whatever the hell it is. Break the errant mage. That'll do a lot of damage. Escape chance 0%. Okay, just one action point. Hell, not even... Yeah, that works. You are staying in place, buddy. And do our damage. Yeah, okay, we'll take the gamble. Do our big damage real quick, you know? They're focused on the spirit at the moment, so that's good. Ow. Okay, then. Rather rude of them, I gotta admit. Yeah, that's what I thought. Bruiser program, go forth. Punch it. Basically, just punch it. Killjoy it. There we go, it's got no action, so it can't do anything. It'll be sitting pretty. There we go. Okay, it just shoots anyways. Good to know. Let's see how much damage we can do to this thing before it, before we can actually access it. There we go. What's this? Warning! Active alert in progress. Active security orders supersede regular schedules. Please contact administrator for more information. Ah! So that would have been accessible. But no. That's already been tapped into. That's already been tapped into. I guess we just leave? We should be able to get a good view of what's going on here. We can now get our Doberman to do its thing. And our Doberman can roll in to assist. Hello! Yeah, we're just gonna sit tight there. That seems wise to me. Obliterate the mage. Hit the guard to do our damage. Damn, that looks painful. Full auto dump into... Actually, if we were to cast... Okay, so first and foremost we need to heal Gob a bit. She needs healing. Meg dump into Knight Errant. I'll get him to stop being a problem. Confirm. The hell is that? Oh, that's banish the spirit. Okay, then. That prevents you from needing to worry about it. Mana bolted. My poor drone. My drone doesn't deserve this. Take a good shot at this guy. Now I'll keep him from doing anything. Another shot at you to keep you from doing anything. That seems to be the last of the security forces. I can't hear anyone else on this floor. Geicher raises his nose and turns his head back and forth like a snake tasting the air. We should hurry. It won't be long before backup arrives. Gobbet claps her hands excitedly as she regards Geichu. Nibbles, you're like some kind of crazy bat or something. I bet I could reach into my pocket, throw everything in it on the floor, and you'd be able to tell me how many bits and bobs there were, right? No, probably not. But I can tell you where they were, at least. Counting is difficult. Especially when it's very likely you would throw a handful of dried shrimp. Huh. Alright, we need to find what we're looking for here. Something of use. Have we gotten everything done? Get access to the main lab. Oh, we can pop this thing open, can't we? What do you see here? Ares Asia Holdings Directed Energy Lab. Please input command. Back in. Maybe we can use it. Probably should have used this spot as the jack-in point. Yeah, System Tray sees us. They know we're in here. Oh yeah, this is just an alternate jack-in point, isn't it? Okay, well that's something. Let's take some cover and then send out our bruiser. So that can then cause some problems. I don't know, we might as well break this thing open, right? Might as well. Hello, Dylan! How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Glad to help you. Welcome back to Shadowrun. We're mostly just trying to pop open these things just to see, like, what the hell's going on. So I don't know what the hell these valves are for. Okay, cool. We've done what we can in here, so there's no point in jacking into this. Unlock the main lab door. Alright, we should be able to get through here pretty easily. I'm not sure why you'd even have decking 1. Pop this door. Okay. As the lab doors slide open, you come face to face with a ragtag group of people. The gear is mismatched, there were no uniforms, and the mixture of technical gear and heavy armor indicates they're prepared for anything. They're quite obviously Shadowrunners. A pale assault rifle-toting human glances at you from inside the room. He looks ready to raise his assault rifle, but doesn't. Hey, Opti. I think I figured out why the alarms are going off. The man named Opti is draped in charms and magical fetishes, particularly raven feathers. He regards you for a moment, and shakes his head in disgust. A damn near perfect operation, ruined because you had to charge in here, guns blazing. Christ, how's it coming in, Bull? What the? The orc's cyberdeck suddenly starts to spark and smoke. Yelping, he yanks the cord out of his head and drops the deck. God damn it, you broke my concentration, you son of a... That looks like it'll be expensive. It happens sometimes. You asshole, this isn't... You think that... the apoplectic orc reaches into his jacket, pulling a pistol halfway out before the woman standing next to him extends a hand. Reluctantly, he stops. Dizzy, the woman is as tightly wound as a coiled snake is about to strike. Her knuckles, knees, and boots are covered in blood. Fooled it. Getting in a firefight here won't do us any good, Jarl. That goes for you too. Duncan hefts his assault rifle, fixing the other Shadowrunners with a cold stare. Wise choice, lady. Definitely a better move than trying to throw down. The Jarl. Jarl spends a few moments scrutinizing you and his face suddenly lights up. Wait a minute. I recognize you. Name's all over the shadows of Hong Kong, but I hear you've been doing a lot of work for Kindly Chang. Is that right? Opti looks you up and down, a crooked grin erupting across his face. Such a big shot. You sure roll loud. We all have our off days. Based on the sound of it, Knight Errant's having a hell of an off day too. Tentatively, Bull smiles. It's a rueful grin, offset by occasional glances of sadness as Deck's smoking carcass. Jarl glances around at the rest of his team and then at you. I don't want to interrupt, but we still have a big problem. We're both here for the laser. What now? Duncan waves a dismissive hand towards Bull and Opti. Listen, we can argue about this all day, but KE will be closing in on us any second now. I say we all go out together and sort this out in conversees. Bull looks at the rest of his team one by one, and they nod their assent. Right, that works for us. Listen, what's your way out? We were going to rappel over to the Federated Boeing building next door, but with all the racket, well, I think we'd probably get shut off the line. We're taking the elevator shaft to a collapsed MTR station. I didn't know that was there. Should have done better legwork before we got here. Bull reloads his pistol, snapping it back into the holster with a loud click. We'll follow. More guns couldn't hurt, right? You lead the way, we'll be right behind you. I like this orc's thinking. Crap. Suddenly, there's the blare of alarms. Red lights click on overhead as an accompaniment to the noise. You also hear a sudden hissing sound. Rather like a tire deflating, and with that sound comes an acrid odor hanging heavy in the air. They're gassing us! Look over there, it's coming out of that vent! If my deck wasn't fried, I'd be able to jack in and stop it. I hope you brought a deck or some drones. Gavin, we gotta get out of here fast. Is there a place we can deck it? No, there's not a place we can deck in here. But we can deck in elsewhere. Gobbet, anybody injured that you can heal? No. Get to cover then. That's a nice dragon line there. Although I imagine Gaichu wouldn't be too bothered by the fog, would he? Oh god, these people. What the? Oh, a drone. We got a rigger here. Rounds until gas reaches critical levels. Don't have long. Can we acid spit them? We can ghoul spit them. And there's a lot more coming. Yeah, that'll take that out. Missed? Oh, it went over there. Well, that's fine. Hopefully they help us out a bit, you know? Valves closed 0-3. That can be arranged pretty easily. I guess it makes sense why they would have a gas defense system, wouldn't it? Eh, we got some poison on them. There's that. Yeah, that's a good idea, buddy. Good idea not doing that. Maintain Gaichu. We need him. He's probably the only one of us who can actually survive in the toxic fog. Given, you know, he's, you know, a ghoul. He probably doesn't mind it all that much. Enforcer, mage sounds like a bigger problem. So we'll just delete him. And you can annihilate this one. Heaven stance go burr. Gotta admit, I do love the Heaven Stance. It's a very powerful one. We've already basically tapped through the network pretty well. Get the hell out of here. Gas valve control 1. There's the third one. Get the hell out of here. Over to gas valve 2. We're probably only getting to get like a little bit of gassing, but still, that's not great. Alright, and the third one. Rounds. Oh, it does actually increase. That's really nice. That's a good touch, where it'll take longer for every gas valve you close. Shut off the gas. We got access. So let's just, fail from this. There we go. And let's call forth our Doberman. Brrr. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna work. Unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is. Damn it, Gaichu. Could have gone around. Cut right through. Nice snipe shot. Almost. There we go, that's some damage. Can I give him haste? Yeah, I can give Gaichu haste. That'll give Gaichu enough time to theoretically obliterate this guy. Yeah. There we go. Timer has been dealt with. Get wrecked. Gain access to the main lab. Retrieve the prototype. MP Laser 4 prototype. Not bad. Not bad at all. Back in combat. Okay, well. Some guys have arrived. Gaichu, take cover. How the hell are we getting off this floor? That's not it. Back the way we came, I guess? You think the reinforcements are infinite? Probably. It's a megacorp. They can afford to payroll, like, literally thousands of guards. So, infinite? No. Effectively, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. We have the prototype, we can get the hell out now. Where can we hide you? I guess you can hide here. Yeah. We'll hide you here. That'll protect them. On the plus side... Oh, Jesus Christ. On the plus side, we should be fine. For the most part. Alright. Here they come. All we have to do is get the hell out of here. Gaichu, go forward. You're our scout of sorts here. I don't see any enemies. That's a good sign. Not perfect, but you know, this situation in general ain't. Gotta get behind cover. I don't trust this. The enemies are going to be approaching pretty quickly. Killing hands. Damage plus 7. Yeah, the adepts are all about them buffs, aren't they? Yeah, there they are. There's one of them. Mage and a gunner. Ugh. Oh, hello, adept. Okay, Gobbit, I need you to heal Gaichu here. Can't heal Gaichu. Okay, then just make him go fast then. Give him the go fast, the zoomies, if you will. Get behind cover. Gaichu, the floor is all yours. Go wild. Why do you always switch back to water? I don't get it. I'll deal with you. Duncan, yeah. Wow, that was some bad luck there. So what the hell is the Jarl, anyways? He doesn't seem like a, he's definitely not a rigger, I know that much. Aside from that, I've got no clue. Alright, control our drone. And let's mark somebody. How about, you? You're a mage, I don't like that. Okay, no, mark on that one then. Oof. Yeah, that'll do some damage. Man, even in this game, fighters are ridiculous when, hasted. That's a good shot. A decent shot, at least. Get behind cover. Okay, I guess we're getting behind this cover, then. That'll do. We got a hit on. That is something. I'll do. Acid. Oof. Killing hands, of course. Some more damage. Not bad, not bad, not bad. I feel like this game doesn't have quite the same amount of bangers when it comes to audio. I did like Returns way better for its music. I gotta admit. I mean, I get the aesthetic they're going for, but it's just not really working for me. Know what I mean? Yeah, just go for it. It's pretty... It sounds like they were going for like a mix between cyber stuff and some Chinese sounding music. But yeah, it's a little generic. Pry open doors. Rounds until doors open. The elevator doors refuse to open. Some kind of manual lock is engaged. A blinking alert message reads, elevator in transit. Doors will unlock once elevator passes floor 27. Looks like we won't be able to pry them open for a minute or two. Better hunker down. Here comes more. Oh god. Here they come. Let's get behind cover. Get as close as possible and then overwatch. Actually, no, I want to make sure that it lands. Gaichu. Get behind this one. I'll give you a solid amount of defense. Heaven stance. Get behind cover. And activate the drone. The drone will take up our front-facing area. Make sure we got some defenses here. And finally, Gobbet. It'll take a little bit for us to get the elevator doors open, annoyingly. Hopefully we can get there easy. These guys don't know what the hell they're doing, do they? No, great, a mage. Lovely. Come on, guys. Hey, we got a hit. There we go. Let's see if we can mark anybody down. You seem like a good target. There we go, that'll deal with you. Alright, got you. Lightning fells the oak. That's I'm a fan of the overall... Yeah, I agree. Being able to set up a little ambush is really nice. Gotta admit. Especially since it's, kinda ridiculous how potent it can be. If you set up a, like in Returns, they had the same sort of mechanic. Where I basically just set up shotgun ambushes every single time I needed to defend a point. Double barrel shot is pretty ridiculous. Enemy opens the door, they immediately get obliterated by bullets. Yeah, that's on them. They all stood in a collection, so... It is a really nice design. Let's get the hell out of here. Alright, Gaichu, we bail. We got the prototype, we get the hell out now. Funny little mage, I know, right? What you doing? What the mage doing? We're bailing is what we're doing. Get the hell out of there. Not our problem anymore. The pungent smells of musty stone, grease, and the remnants of neurostun gas mix in your nostrils as you rappel down the elevator shaft. Whatever frustrated knight-errant security officers are in pursuit are too far away to be heard. All around you, there is only darkness and the occasional red-hued maintenance light. As you reach the bottom and pry open the heavy elevator doors, light comes flooding into the shaft. With any luck, we're only minutes away from the MTR station, and with it, freedom. Screw that. Discretion is the better part of valor and all that, you know? Now, I don't get why they don't have, like, proper face masks and all that. Like, full-on bandanas and everything. Loading. You exit the service elevator and step out into the dimly lit basement. You hear no sounds of alarms, nor shouting, but it's only a matter of time before a knight errant catches up with you. The basement smells of mold and stale air. Faint vibrations run through the floor and walls every few moments, evidence of MTR trains passing nearby. That was closer than I'd have liked. Whew! Dizzy hunches over, hands on her knees as she pants excitedly. She straightens as she calms down. Chalk that up on things I don't want to do again. Get gas while trying to escape from knight errant. Buck up, Dizzy. At least your fists and feet could hurt those bastards. Swear to God, I'm never running against Ares again unless I've got an assault cannon with me. The old 6-gun just won't cut it against knight errant. Just spring for some APDS rounds, man. You don't need to overcompensate that much. So now, we just march through the basement into the central MTR station? What the hell's an APDS round? If I go here... No, there we go. APDS round. Armor-piercing discarding sabot. Gotcha. We should move fast. We don't have much time before they figure out where we are. Before we head off into the unknown, what are we gonna do about the prototype? You need it for your job, I need it for mine. Well, thank you for lurking, Inbound Whisper. Always nice to see ya. Oh, they came by like, half hour left? So there's that. It's simple. We got the laser in our possession, so it's ours. You don't hold on to the cake, you don't get a slice. It's that simple. Sorry, but that's the way it is. Come on, we're well established. You've got a network of contacts, the running community knows how reliable you are. I'm a little fish in a big pond here. I blow this job, I might not be able to work in Hong Kong again. You don't even need the prototype, just the damn GPS unit on it. What do we do here? Maybe we can work something out. If we don't get paid, we'll be just as screwed as you. I know my team, and I don't know you. This is not personal, it's just a job. Maybe we can work something out. Thanks, I mean it. I don't like the idea of cheating on a job, but we're on the same team here. Both have to live and work in the same environment. How about this? We take the laser, you keep the GPS. Nobody's the wiser. And I'll owe you one. You call it in, I'll help you out, or get friends who can, if I'm tied up. Fine. There all takes a prototype from you, detaching the GPS tracker and handing it back to you. Excellent. I'll make sure nobody hears about this deal. At least, not on my end. So what now? Do you want us to leave, or can we stick with you until we get to the MTR station? No sense in dividing. Sounds good to me. Lead the way. We don't need to fight them, let's not fight them. I don't care about the laser 4, honestly. It's a cool piece of equipment, don't get me wrong, but it's not needed. Our job was simple. A piercing howl cuts through the silence of the empty station. It's distant. Probably won't be for long. Better move, and move quickly. Gaichu sniffs the air, expression intent. Guard dogs. They're headed our way. Undoubtedly tracking us by scent. We need to keep moving, or they will be on us very quickly. Condemned area, no entry. Okay. What the hell is this? Generator controls. The control panel seems to connect to the backup generators powering the disused section of the old central MTR station. The readouts indicate that backup batteries have sufficient power to keep the lights on, but the remainder of the power is devoted to operating secondary doors. If you could turn this off, you could prevent Knight Errant forces from getting in except for the way you came. Guard Dog simply cannot get us beyond this sign because the sign says so. Exactly, they're two good boys. They're two good boys. Let's cut that. With a whine, the generators spin down and the lights go dim. No other way in, boys. That's a Knight Errant. We're not dealing with that shit. More Knight Errant forces. Okay! That's a gun! A very big gun. Gaichu, I need you to get the hell behind these things. You too, Gobbet. Those are some very big guns. But I don't think they got power. Alright, activate our Dober. That way we can get a good shot in. Or at least distract them. Oh, god damn it. Son of a... Ishmael's Wool and Rug Master. I wouldn't think of Ishmael for a name of a... furnishing store, but okay. Are these guns active? I really hope they're not active. We'll see soon. They're inactive, I see. Good. Good, good. There we go. Force you out of hiding. Do our damage. Lightning fells the oak, metal stance. Eagle's iron talons. Rushing stream, I see. Well, let's prep you by, spitting violently. Ghoul spit. Active defense. Mark you. Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. I want to make sure this guy falls. And take a shot at that guy. There we go, we got some hit. Boost Duncan, so Dunky can do some more damage, hopefully. I think we're doing well so far. If that may... Okay. Why did they summon a spirit? Cheeky buggers. that lasted all of 10 seconds, didn't it? Mark you. Rolling on up. I don't know if those turrets are active, and I don't want to know, honestly. Let's get over here. Take our shot. Alright. It should give us a pretty solid boost, honestly. Boost Donkey. There we go. The gun show. Armor increased. Why would you increase that thing's... I guess because it's not active. I guess. That does give us an out, though, thankfully. Ow. Let's see if we can take him out of cover. Yeah, we got some cover removal. I'll do some damage. Alright, Duncan. Obliterate. Yeah, you're not doing anything about that. Let's get the hell out of here. These turrets are offline because we diverted power. Excellent, we got our way out. We're free! A troll. Hello there. More Shadowrunners. As you move through the MTR station, several figures move to interrupt your advance. The leader is obvious, a hulking brute of a troll. He cradles a heavy Asari rifle in the crook of his cyber arm and reeks of stale cigarettes and casual brutality. The name Steeltooth is stenciled across the flak vest beneath his jacket. His eyes narrow as you approach. That's far enough for you, punk. Steeltooth gestures toward you with the barrel of his gun, taking a drag from his cigarette. My crew's had a long night. Nerves a little raw, you know. And crunching somebody's face always brightens my mood. Let me speak in small words so you don't misunderstand. Takes a long drag on his cigarette, exhaling the smoke through his nose. Give us the prototype laser, or we're gonna kill you so hard your ancestors feel it. That's the best insult you can come up? Really? Hell with you. You think you're so smart? Let's see how smart you are with a bullet in your skull. Steeltooth's face twists up in annoyance. His voice is like gravel over sheet metal. Wu thrusts his lower jaw, snarling over his tusks. You think you're tough, jackass? I've eaten burritos that are tougher than you. You're about as scary as a pile of wet kittens. White kittens. Wetkins, there we go. The troll doesn't even favor Wu with a glance. Better keep your dog over there on a shorter leash, or he's likely to get put down. The troll takes one last drag from his cigarette before spitting the butt out onto the tiled floor. Right, cigarette's done, which means your time's up. And over the prototype. You must be that genius Ares is caught breaking in. Twice. In one night. What are you talking about? Don't be stupid. The troll's shifting stance and wary eyes indicate the depth of his ability to lie. About the same as a puddle. Came in the front door first, and then you came back dressed as a janitor. Hey, shut up, okay? Just shut up. I was doing legwork and the suits weren't telling me nothing, so I had to get in and root around a bit, you know? Steeltooth is becoming increasingly agitated. Increasingly. You want to keep your arms, you don't tell anybody about that. You had to ditch it back in those caves. Key's right behind us. Bullshit. Nobody dumps a payday like that, not unless they got no other choice. They had guard dogs following us by scent, and the laser had a tracking device on it. Hell. Still, though, I ain't buying it. Tell you what, we strip search you. If you don't have it, you can be on your way. How's about that? Fuck it. We got more guns than they do, so there's that. Jeez, that guy is bulky. Now he's got slowed. Punch. Yeah, that works. We got way more guns than he does, so there's that. Ow. Is that a Decker? It could be a Decker. Hey, cover, gob at you too. And heal me while you're at it. Thank you. Yeah, we got a Doberman as well, so there's that as well. We got a lot of guns, is what I'm saying. Yeah, you're not getting that cover, buddy. No cover allowed for you. Obliterate him. Put down like the monster he is. And not because he's a troll. Because he's a bit of a prick. There we go. Jesus Christ, we do a lot of damage. We'll go with the Adept. He's got a melee weapon, we want to tie that up. Killing Hands. Not a bad shot, man. Well, that wasn't much of a punch. That's nice, buddy. Gaichu, obliterate. And give Gaichu haste so he can go faster. So he can do his thing a little easier. Yeah, it's gonna do some serious damage. The MTR train awaits, with it the promise of safety and freedom from any more unforeseen complications. The Jarl nods in appreciation, extending a hand to you. Thanks for all the help tonight. I don't know if I'd been able to get out of there without you. The world's better off with people like you in it. What do you do now? He shrugs and grins. The usual, make a handoff, get paid. Probably take a few more jobs out here. Not a lot of debts to pay off, you know? Nothing's free in this life. You keep safe out there, okay? We all gotta stick together. If we don't, end up with bullets in our back. Take care, y'all. Let's get the hell out of here. Not too keen on getting attacked by Knight Errant. What the hell is Knight Errant, anyways? Shadowrun Knight Errant. The brainchild and pet project of Ares CEO Damien Knight. Knight Errant is Seattle's second largest security provider. Okay. That's impressive. The MTR train pulls away from the station. You become lost in the crowd, just another face traveling from Central toward Kowloon. Every second puts blessed distance between you and the hornet's nest of knight-errant soldiers you've left in your wake. With the data planted and the GPS module in your possession, it seems certain that Ares Asia will place the blame for your run at the doorstep of the Red Dragon Association. The loss of the prototype laser is unfortunate, but allies are often more valuable than gear. especially in the shadows. With any luck, they'll be able to pay you back soon enough. Here's hoping he stays alive, you know? Because we're eventually going to have to go into the walled city, and I'd love to have some, helpers behind us, you know? Somebody to keep our back from, getting a knife planted in it. Karma gained. Okay. What else can we do here? Oh yeah, I need to actually, we need to get that bread, and we need to go get a drone. Because I forgot about the frickin' drone. I would love a meta drone just to go around and heal people up, you know? Sadly, we couldn't be, quiet about it, but, you know, ghouls are something. Augment summon Shrine Spirits. Shrine Spirits summoned by Goblin are now present for an additional turn before dispelling themselves, for a total of 3 rounds. Goblin's Poison Fog is upgraded to Acidic Fog. I kinda want the Shrine Spirits. Espionage. Boost Program. Isabel gains the Dual Routine Boost Program, which increases persona speed while sneaking in the Matrix by 40%. Does not stack with other boost programs. Sabotage. Now packed with napalm charges. Okay. Nail Grenade or Modded Flashbang. Huh. Standard equipment now includes a lethal shrapnel-filled grenade. Base damage 12, ongoing 4 for... Okay. Oh yeah, we'll take that nail grenade. Bite. Restores 8 HP over 2 rounds and gaining 1 strength through the consumption of their flesh. Plus 2 HP damage, plus 1 AP damage, cooldown 2. Coup de grace. Can only attack stunned targets. Alright. Now I'll cover that easily. You enter the trawler to find a crew gathered together, waiting for you. Isabel has her head buried in her PDA. The rest of them stand watching her, trying to be patient. What's going on? Isabel paces up and back, trying to decide how to begin. I've been doing my homework on Josephine Sang and Sang Mechanical Services. You're pacing, so that tells me you found something. Oh yeah, I found something, alright. Isabel lifts her PDA to her face and consults her notes. In 2011, Sang Mechanical Services was a D-level corp floundering in the shallow end of the Hong Kong corporate pool. That's been Josephine Shui married into the family. Josephine thought big. She conceived of a massive project that would catapult TMS into the big time. Something she called the Prosperity Project. Prosperity? That's what Raymond was mumbling about. What is the Prosperity Project? Once upon a time, in the 1900s, the walled city was a densely populated slum. Something like 30,000 people crammed into 6.5 acres. Wait, I've heard this story before. It's a shithole, hell on earth, yada yada yada. That's today's walled city, the second walled city. The first walled city started life well over 100 years ago, and lasted through both world wars and almost through to the Awakening. It was torn down in 1994 when the government had finally had enough. Okay, I gotta look this up. Hold up. China walled city. When was it torn down? 1987. Demolition began in March 1993 and was completed in April 1984. Okay. Checks out. Checks out. It was torn down in 1994 when the government had finally had enough. It had become such a haven for criminals that the cops could only enter it in large, well-armed groups. Sounds familiar? In 2021, Josephine Sang proposed a vision for a new type of low-income housing project. The Prosperity Project. A self-contained, low-cost, walking neighborhood for the poor, but on a grand scale. The Prosperity Project would give Hong Kong's poor and the flood of refugees pouring into the country a place they could call their own. Something that felt more permanent than the sprawling tent city that was spontaneously sprang up after the first walled city was demolished. I see. So we should start expecting prosperity to come about, huh? The Prosperity Project would replace the tent city and would be symbolically built on the side of the old walled city. The slogan was, "A place of dignity, where prosperity begins." Okay, then. The apartments weren't much bigger than the space you get in your average coffin motel, but they were built around plazas and marketplaces that contained goods and services catering to the poor. The government forgot the lessons of the last walled city. They loved the idea of containing the refugees and the poor to only a few densely populated blocks. It kept them out of the public eye. Securing the contract catapulted Sang Mechanical Services' fortunes ahead, and eventually put Josephine Sang onto the executive council. How did she get so powerful by building a slum? It's a very big slum. Apparently, that was also the beginning of a series of lucrative building contracts that propelled TMS into the big time. Where's Raymond come into all this? Raymond Black doesn't come into it at all. But Edward Sang does. Who? And that's your foster father's real name. Raymond Black was actually Edward Sang, the only son of Josephine Sang and her late husband, Breakwater Sang. Edward was in charge of laying the groundwork for the walled city, excavation and utilities, running in power lines, sewage, that kind of thing. So our secret foster grandmother is trying to kill us. It looks that way, yeah. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Remember that massive grey water leak that flooded the basement back in 48? Yeah, remember what happened to Miss Maloney? You mean her feet? Wu winces and lets out a grunt of disgust. They swelled to like 3 times their normal size. Yeah, thanks for bringing back that memory. He sobers. But think about it. Did Raymond have any idea how to fix it? No. Ray didn't know the first thing about sewer lines. He hired a small army of plumbers, probably paid him double what the job was worth to fix the thing. And it still took about 2 months to get the leak under control. How much of a utility expert, huh? Thanks, Duncan. Huh. Okay, then. Well, let's get paid first and foremost. Your payment is attached. I confess that I'm very pleased with your work. It's not every runner who could have pulled off a job of this magnitude. Well done. Let's see what we got here. Let's check out the hatch. Somebody went down into it. That'd be Ractor. Come on, Ractor. Talk to me. Welcome back, my friend. What can I do for you? Very sorry, you're a Shadowrunner, aren't you? Gives you a shallow nod. I dislike the term, but yes, I run the shadows. What gave me away? Design consultants live in apartments in Victoria Harbor. You're living in a rusted out boat in Niue. There's gotta be a reason for it. He shrugs. You are correct, of course. The residents of shadow communities are usually either too poor to live elsewhere, or engage in behaviors too illicit to risk it. I will admit to being in the latter camp. Designing robotics is my passion, but it doesn't always pay the bills. He runs a hand over Koshai's armored chassis, caressing the sculpted metal with his fingertips. My status as a foreigner has proven something of an impediment in this regard. And so, sorry as I may be to say it, the lion's share of my income flows from Koshai's aptitude for butchery. Such is life, I suppose. We do what we must to do what we love. Seems like everybody on this boat runs the shadows. Not pool our resources and work together. He purses his lips, considering. A compelling offer. I'm doing quite well on my own, but I must admit that there are certain jobs for which I am unsuited. Magic eludes me, and I'm not a decker. My strength comes from material objects in the real world, solid things with mass and heft, things that I can build and operate. Sadly, a great many clients are only interested in teams that display a mastery of the, intangible. This is a group of yours. You have people who can cover these bases. So perhaps we can help each other out. You also got a former security expert. I guess that's the best way to describe Duncan. In that case, I'll accept your offer on a provisional basis. We'll do a few runs together, see how we get on. If our association bears fruit, I will continue. If not, I will bid you farewell and go back to working alone. How does that sound? Welcome aboard, Ractor. Very good, excellent. When you receive a job, you know where to find me. My skills and resources are at your disposal. And with that, I'm afraid that I must bid you good day. I still have work to do down here, and this leg assembly won't clean itself. Ractor's shop is sweltering hot, even more so than it was the first time he stepped inside. The whir of actuators accompanies the fine motions of the manipulator arms that hang from the ceiling. They're turning an object over and over in their articulated hands, soldering wires and hammering rivets. Ah, my friend, welcome back. Ractor touch types a series of commands into his bracer, and the arms relax into an idle posture. He smiles at you, a cigarette dangling from his lip. There, that's better. Now what can I do for you? How are you getting along? Perfectly well, thank you. They all seem competent enough, and there haven't been any major personality conflicts so far. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. As long as they continue performing to an acceptable standard, I can see no reason not to continue our arrangement. It's good to run with a team again. Glad to hear it. All is well, my friend, I assure you of that. Now, was there another matter that you wanted to discuss? Still something of a mystery. Let's learn about Roctor here. I'll ask you a few questions. No, I don't mind, not at all. He takes a drag on his cigarette, then slowly releases the smoke. I can't promise that my answers will satisfy your curiosity, of course, but you may certainly ask. What was it like growing up in the Russian Republic? Tumultuous, as you might expect. You probably aren't old enough to remember the Euro Wars, but I am. I'd like to hear about them. Tell me. My country was the instigator of the first Euro War back in '30. I remember the rhetoric, the hardships of living under a wartime economy, the rampant xenophobia that took hold. I remember how we all cheered when our forces invaded Poland. 3 months. That was all that it took for our military to crush what meager resistance the Poles could bring to bear. It was quite the source of national pride at home. I remember our drive into Germany, and the desperate bid to reclaim the eastern portion of our country for ourselves. Just think about the symbolic significance of such an act. An audacious move, to be sure, but the Secretary Kropotkin was determined to make history. Same way that Stalin was. I believe that Kropotkin was more concerned with the opinions of his own people than he was with his place in the history books. And in truth, I cannot fault him for this. For the 4 months that the war lasted, he did bring the country together. But alas, the Night Wraith incident put an end to our march and sent our forces back into full retreat. Night Wraith? British-made fighter bombers with stealth capabilities. Very state-of-the-art. Very powerful. At least, that's what they were purported to have been. Nobody has ever came forward to accept responsibility for the attack. Regardless of who was behind it, the result was the same. Wave upon wave of bombings that targeted our forces and the Germans alike, coupled with the assassinations of dozens of military leaders. Devastating, synchronized operation, expertly carried out over the course of a single night. At home, viral attacks shut down our power grids. Hundreds of thousands of Russian homes found themselves without heat or electricity in the dead of winter. Koshai scuttles forward, allowing the rigger to rest his hand on the sloping middle of the chassis. Roctor stares at his own deformed reflection in the middle of the drone's body, a sad smile on his face. I remember huddling under a mountain of cheap blankets that my mother had piled up on my bed. They did little to protect me from the cold, but they were something I could hang on to. Something tangible that I associated with warmth and comfort and home. There, as my body trembled and I watched my breath frost over, a horrible truth descended upon me. We had caused this. We were the villains of the first Euro War. For the first time, I came face to face with what Kropotkin's folly had brought us. And there, under that ridiculous heap of rags, I came to realize what would surely come to pass. The world thought us villains, so they would treat us like villains. We would be pariahs on the international stage, crippled by retributive sanctions. We would never live down the shame. He wipes his hands as if cleaning them. A wry smile spreads across his face. And then, the AFA invaded Greece and Spain, sparking off Euro War II. We redeployed our troops to help repel them, and all was made right again. AFA. Okay, that has to be a Shadowrun thing then. Shadowrun AFA. Alliance for Allah, a radical fundamentalistic Islamic movement created in the mid-2030s. Okay. Good to know. I have to imagine they still had enemies in Germany and Poland, even after the start of the Second War. Oh, we were still regarded with suspicion, of course, but all of Europe might have fallen if it hadn't been for our help. In essence, we took back our reputation at gunpoint. Not an ideal solution, I admit, but it worked. Within the span of 4 months, we Russians had gone from nobodies to a terrible threat, to unlikely saviors in the eyes of the Western world. Studying exactly how this happened has taught me a great deal about human psychology and social dynamics. You say this as if you weren't one. He laughs. Just a figure of speech, my friend. Nothing more. Now, shall we talk about something else? Surely the more interesting and relevant things to discuss. You mentioned that the Second Euro Wars was sparked off by the AFA. Who were they? He takes a drag on a cigarette. Yes, I suppose you wouldn't know. They're only active for the years surrounding the conflict, after all. The AFA was the Alliance for Allah. Serving under Mullah Sayyid Jazvir, A coalition of right-wing Middle Eastern governments that assembled after the failure, some say sabotage, of the United Islamic Conference. They looked to weaken Europe and saw an opportunity, one that my country was entirely responsible for creating. That probably shouldn't have come as a surprise. You're right, of course. We should have foreseen that weakening Europe's defenses would open the doors to outside aggression. Ultimately, the AFA did what any hawkish power would have done in their position. Given their circumstance, they would have been foolish not to. Beat them? I mean, I haven't heard of the AFA before, so things can have ended well for them. No, my friend, they did not win. The AFA folded in 37 after Jazvir's assassination. That lasted for 7 years, dear God. A lucky thing for us, too. The body count would have been a great deal higher. In the years that they were active, the AFA gave us a hell of a fight. Did you emigrate directly from Russia to Hong Kong? No, but between my years in Nizhny Novgorod and my time here in Hayoi, I spent a year in the free city of Berlin. That was where I got my feet wet as a Shadowrunner, you see. I ran with a team of anarchists for a time, and learned the ropes of the occupation under their tutelage. Anarchists, huh? Must have been interesting. He shrugs. It was, to a point. They were disorganized, to be sure, but perfectly capable. We enjoyed a certain level of camaraderie while we were together, but sadly, we are no longer on the best of terms. What happened? An opportunity arose, and I seized it. In so doing, I left Berlin for Hong Kong, and I did so without much advance notice. My absence made life hard for them. They blame me for their hardships. You're a grown man. If you wanted to leave, you're under no obligations to stay. And thank you for taking my side, but I can see their point as well. As I said, my departure caused some complications for them. That said, I haven't lost any sleep over it. I merely did what I had to do. He looks away, a wistful expression on his face. Koshai scrapes the ground with its forelegs, its sensors fixed firmly on you. Ultimately, I would say that my time in Berlin was quite educational. Different from my earlier life in Russia, to be sure. As I've said, the experience was invaluable. Ultimately, though, Hyoya is probably better suited to my sensibilities. How so? Life in Hong Kong is much more structured than it is in Berlin. Things make sense here in a way that the Flux State didn't. He taps the fingers to his temple. I have an orderly mind, everything in its place, neatly labeled and filed away. This approach is what allows me to make sense of the world. To say that the people I knew in Berlin thought differently would be an understatement. Why you moved from Russia to Berlin, though? He holds his tongue for a moment, considering. When we first met, I told you that I parted ways with Grishin Aviakor under unfortunate circumstances. Yes? You mention it. These same circumstances led me to Berlin. I was wronged. I would not find recourse in Russia. I suppose that there's no sense in being vague. I'll tell you the story if you want to hear it. We'll hear his story, and then we'll call it a night. Lay it on me. You may remember the self-repair system I mentioned the first time we met. The module that will allow Koshai, or any sufficiently equipped drone, to repair itself. I told you that my research has been lost, but that was not strictly true. It was stolen by a pair of colleagues who I had long considered friends. They were researchers from our lab. They turned against me, stole our work, and in truth my work, and defected. Why'd they do that? Desperation and ambition. They'd always been fixated on getting out of Russia. Grishin Aviakor was a nationalized corporation, and they would never get out rich as cogs in a government-controlled machine. Now our project, they saw their key to breaking away and earning their fortunes. Never mind the fact that I was opposed to the idea. And did you have any leads as to where they might have gone? Yes, the two had long spoken about moving in Berlin. Such was true of a great many academics in Russia. Our homeland is a bureaucratic dictatorship, you see. There's little personal freedom, and there are many rules to be followed. As you might imagine, the stable anarchy of the Flux State can be an alluring concept to those who live under totalitarian rule. Berlin is much romanticized back home. So you assume that your former colleagues ran to Berlin? It was the only thing that I had to go on. At best I would find them, at worst it'd be a good place to rebuild my life. And of course, to establish the web of contacts that I need to track my betrayers down. There is a squeal of tortured metal as Koshai drags its claws over the iron grating that covers the floor. Ractor glances down at the drone, and it goes calm. He takes a deep breath and continues. Took me over a year to locate my former friends. It was a long, painstaking search, but I was nothing if not determined. Finally found evidence that they'd used my research as a bargaining chip to secure positions at Ares. that they were here in Hong Kong. I know where they were, or who they are. So you came here to Hioi. He nods. I picked up and left the next day. My whole team was upset, to be sure. Lucky Strike in particular howled for my blood. But I know where my priorities lie. And so, here I am. And here they are. And soon, I'll be ready to act. I really must thank you for inviting me into the team. Your abilities will be invaluable when the time finally comes to make a move. Assuming, of course, that you'd be willing to help. Obviously. When you're ready, just say the word. Thank you, my friend. But that is a discussion for another day. We aren't ready to hit an Ares facility yet, and there's more intelligence to gather before we make our move anyway. When the time comes, I'll let you know. We'll talk to him tomorrow, because unfortunately, I gotta go. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you happen to be on the archive channel, by all means, I hope you join us sometime. But yeah, goodbye, YouTube.